says praise the Lord with a dance. And that's what we're about to do today. That's what we're doing today. He's worthy. Hallelujah, mommy, yes, mommy, oh, touch it, yes, mommy, and always I say yes, mommy, ah, Zakupigania, yes, mommy, mommy, yes, mommy, yes, mommy, unataka wewe, hakuna cha wewe, oh, always I say yes, mommy.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Which groups do we have? Do we have Patanisho? Patanisho group is here. If you're here, please, if you can hear me and you're Patanisho, please clap once. Patanisho, may I ask you to come this side? Which other group do we have? Which group do we have here? Busia, we have Busia. Busia, if you can hear me, please clap twice. Right. Do we have our groups from Nithi, Tharaka Nithi? Are we here? Are we here? Please clap twice, Nithi. Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the WeHub. I would like to call us to order, please, and we would like to start our program. Yes, thank you very much. If we could have our seats, please, as we come in. All right. So we are going to start our program this morning. We are going to have the national anthem and prayer. DJ, if you can hear me, we would like to please let us all stand up. We are going to have the national anthem, the Kenya national anthem, which will be followed by the East Africa anthem. Right, if we can all please, let us be upstanding for the national anthem, please.
Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, jumuiya yetu.
Thank you. Before you sit, please, I would like to welcome Beatrice Kamau to lead us in a word of prayer. Beatrice Kamau, we also call her pastor.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Let us believe and pray. Our Heavenly King, we come before you this morning. We want to thank you, Lord, because we are gathered here from many counties, and we want to thank you for giving us journey mercies. We also want to thank you, God, because of the far you have brought us. From the time we started about 5 years ago, dear Lord, you have taken care of us, and we have moved from one place to the other, and the women are here today to celebrate where you have brought them. As we have this day, Jehovah God, we put it into your hands. As we celebrate, we pray that this is the beginning of many other good things to come. I ask all this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
We can have our seats. And we would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you, to each and every one of you from the AWSC WeHub. We are always excited to have these kinds of events. And without further ado, let me welcome Professor Mary Beithi, who is our Director of Research. Professor Mary Beithi, to give us opening and welcoming remarks. Professor Mary Beithi.
Honorable Susan Mangi, Principal Secretary State, Department for SME and Development. Professor Margaret Chesang Atchington, the Vice Chancellor, University of Nairobi. Professor Francis Mula, DVC, Research, Innovation and Enterprise Development. Professor Jack Odhiambo, Dean, Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences. UON, we have partners present, that is KILDI, KIE, UON, EBA, KBC, the Gates Foundation, and the Hub leader and African Women Studies Center Director, Professor Wanjiku Kabera. I have read those names, even though they may not be present now, but let me say all the protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Mary Beithi. I am a professor from Department of Economics and Development Studies, University of Nairobi, and I am the Director of Research at University of Nairobi Women's Economic Empowerment Hub. Today, July 30th, marks a very important day for the UON We Hub as we witness the graduation of 12 women's collectives who have been a beneficiary of the Hub's project, which is on evaluation of what works for incubation of women's collectives, businesses, for replication, a project which is a part of the Hub's project programs, which is incubating businesses, including those are owned by individual women. I would like to particularly recognize and welcome the representatives from 9 counties of the different collectives that have worked together. These are the Busia group, the Kajiado groups, which is Otilili and Masai, Kilifi, Futsazane, as well as Patanisho, Kisumu groups, which are Fire Queens and Small Fish, Kitui, which is the group that is coming from Kitui, Kwale, the group from Kwale County, and also from Meru, Keega, Tharaka-Nithi, we have the Rin, and we also have from Turkana County, Rabol. Thank you very much for coming and for being in our presence. Now, the project on women business incubation is one of the 14 projects that UON We Hub has implemented over the last 5 years under the funding of the Gates Foundation. Together with the Hub's investments, we expected by 2025 that we have contributed to the increased growth of 60 women enterprises, increased participation of women in employment, increased participation of women in workplace, because of reduced women's unpaid care work. Policymakers educated on how to support we in 7 national and county policies or legislations. And more specifically to this project, we expected that the project contributes to increased women's enterprises accessing affirmative action funds, and also increased network for over 120 women businesses in 12 counties, and 120 women enterprises incubated in 12 counties, 40 women's enterprises accessing credit through the Credit Guarantee Scheme facility, And we also expected increased participation by 2% of women in cross-border trade and increased budgetary allocations to sectors that support childcare and women's work, and also increased awareness on importance of change of gender norms and increased strength in women's movement in Kenya. As I stand here today, I do not just see graduates from our Women's Collectives program. I see a constellation of stars, stars in women's economic empowerment, stars beaming that incubation of women businesses, particularly linking women to finances, providing women with value addition skills, strengthening women's business management skills, enhancing women's collectives' businesses market access, works for we. And that is what the Women Economic Empowerment 3 years tumetembea bega kwa bega with different women collectives. And by the grace of God, we are here today celebrating this achievement by way of graduation. We would not be here without your resilience, effort, hard work, and partnership. We truly appreciate you. In the journey of making of the stars, the hub has not been alone. We have worked with partners. Yes, partners for the goal. As the Sustainable Development Goal number 17 says. And because the hub needed partners qua grounds, I do recognize partners that are present that were particularly with us in this process. I want to recognize the Kenya Industrial Research and Development Institute, KILDI, Kenya Industrial Estate, Environmental and Biosystems Engineering of University of Nairobi. I also recognize Sweet and Tried Enterprises. And I would also like to recognize partners in the Lancha Women Economic Incubation Program, including TechnoServe, including Crown Trust, CCGD, banks, Gov, Women Enterprise Fund, among others. We truly appreciate you. The researchers from University of Nairobi, Women's Economic Empowerment Hub, as well as researchers from the different departments and faculties of University of Nairobi who contributed intellectual input and have been hardworking to see the implementation of this program. We also would appreciate you. You've done a great job. And to the University of Nairobi management, we are also grateful for giving UON, we have the space to make UON shine. Indeed, we have enhanced problem-solving research, enhanced the reputation for excellence, and contributed to the university's strong and vibrant research culture. We have contributed to recognition of University of Nairobi's work, research work, and its impact and relevance not only to Kenya, to Africa, but also globally. And of course, what would we have achieved without the financial support through the grant on the initiative on what works for we, generously given to University of Nairobi for the UON we have by the Gates Foundation. We are truly grateful to the foundation. Lastly, to the constellation of the stars, you have made the hub shine. You have made us shine, and therefore we are grateful for that. We have told, as the hub, we have told of your success story in many ways, including through technical reports, electronic media, newsletters, journal articles, as well as videos. And so, UON We Hub has become a household name in the we space, not only in Kenya, but globally. Long live women's business collectives, long live our partners, long live UON We Hub, and long live University of Nairobi. With these remarks, I take this opportunity to welcome you to today's graduation of the Women's Business Collectives who have gone through the UON We Hub's Women Business Incubation Program. Karibuni sana.
Akina mama oye. Akina mama oye. We can do better than that. We can appreciate Professor Beithi much, much better. Tumpe makofi ya kilo tafadhali. Asanteni sana. Dr. Beithi, Professor Beithi, thank you very much. Naam, tumewadia ule wakati ambapo tungependa kuwakaribisha wageni wetu wa heshima, na hawa ni akina mama ambao wamefuzu, wamehitimu, wamemaliza masomo yao ya incubation, na hivyo basi tungependa kuwakaribisha hapa ili tuweze kujua hawa akina mama haswa ni akina nani. Na tungependa basi kuanza na vikundi vyetu kuwakaribisha, na kufanya hivyo ningependa kumkaribisha hapa Beatrice Kamau ambaye ametembea na vikundi hivi vyetu, ambaye anavielewa hivi vikundi, ili atueleze ni akina nani haswa ambao wamefuzu na ambao tumekuja kuwasherehekea siku ya leo. Siku ya leo tungependa kusema it is a graduation ceremony. Yule ambaye anajua graduation ceremony yaitwaje katika lugha ya Kiswahili, tafadhali mkono juu. Kuna ambaye anaweza tueleza? Kuna yule mmoja. Bas, tuko na zawadi yako. Tuko na zawadi yako, tueleze. Mahafali. Mahafali tena, hiyo ni Kiswahili sanifu. Ukitaka tena waweza sema sherehe ya kuhitimu. Tuko hapa kusherehekea, na kawaida tukiwa tunasherehekea huwa tuko na muziki. Kwa hivyo Beatrice, tutacheza kidogo, wa mama ukiwaita wakija hapa, tutakuwa na muziki wao, kila mmoja atakuwa na wimbo yake, na tutawasherehekea vile vile tunaelewa katika WeHub. DJ, uko tayari? Uko tayari? Aya, Beatrice.
Wamama hoe. Wamama ha. Wamama hoe. Kama wewe unajijua ni mama kutoka mbali na umekuja hapa kugraduate, kuja hapa na ule wimbo wetu wa kitaifa, tutajenga safina yetu. Tusimame. Wale wamama wamekuja, wekeni makoti chini. Nairobi kuko na joto. Tutaongozwa na mentor wetu ambaye ni Mwende. Kadogo, kujeni wote, hii stage ni yetu.
mtaenda pale mtajionea wenyewe. Karibuni kule Kilifi, tuko na nyumba tunafanya mauzo. Karibuni na mbarikiwe sana watu wa Wihab. Ni factory. Tuna kiwanda. Na Mungu akipenda, malengo yetu ni tuendelee tuwe unga wetu unatembea dunia nzima.
Asante sana. Tuko Ukambani, dakika moja.
Amjamboni. Manjina ni Mary Nzioki kutoka Kitui. Najivunia sana kuwa na walezi wangu ama walezi wetu Nairobi University. Wametusaidia sana kwa upande wa business. Sisi kama wamama tulikuwa tunafanya tu merry go round, tunapatia mmoja na anaenda zake. Lakini wakati huu tumenjua mambo ya business. Kwa sasa tuko na mradi wa kuku, tuna kuku kwa tumejengewa nyumba na tunaendelea vizuri. Wametusaidia sana kwa upande wa kunjua mambo ya business. Pamoja Nairobi, pamoja na mwalimu wetu Mwende ametufunza mengi. Tukanjitia nguvu kama wamama. Sasa hatuna uoga, tunajisikia.
Asante sana. Na kuku akiwa tayari una soko hapa.
Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Majina naitwa Firinda Mburugo, natoka Ndarene, Meru County. Kikundi yangu ni Ndarene. Tunaanzia 2023 na tunaenda mbali. Ule mwalimu wetu Mwende anatufunza kabisa mambo ya variation ya maandishi clips na ile ingine favor ya kusona ile ni mikeka. Sasa tunaenda mbali na tunaanzia kujenga hata nyumba. Mbeleni tulikuwa tumekomboa, lakini saa hii tunaanza kujenga. Asanteni.
Thank you very much. Na pia wako na mradi ya kutengeneza fertilizer, ikiwa tayari watawaeleza. Sasa twende Turkana.
Tumsifu Yesu Kristo.
Milele na milele, amina.
Asante. Kwa majina mimi naitwa Josephine Atabo. Mimi ninatoka katika group ya Lobur Women Group ambayo na University ya Nairobi ndio ilitu incubate, ndio walituanzishia. Tukajenga mashini, wakatununulia mashini, tumejenga. Sasa huko kwetu watu wanakunywa uji, wanapata unga ya ugali, na hii yote hii biashara inaendelea ni kwa sababu ya msaada ya NGAV ya Nairobi University, kwa sababu wametushikilia mkono, wanatufunza jinsi tunatakana tufanye biashara. Na sisi huko nyumbani watu wamefurahia sana hii kazi ya Nairobi ambayo wanatusaidia sisi tukiwa wamama. At least tumepata kitu ya kufanya ambayo inasaidia pia community kupata unga. Hatukuwa na pali pa kupata unga huko, sasa tunapata unga. Sasa tunauza mahindi. Sasa at least wamama wameona mbele ya kwamba kuna kitu inaitwa biashara, mtu atasafanya ndio apate pesa. Tunashukuru sana kwa hiyo. Kwa hivyo ni asante.
Asante Josephine. Wao ndio wa kwanza kuwa na kisiagi ama posho mill huko Turkana. Catherine.
Asante sana Beatrice. My name is Catherine. Mimi ni chair lady wa Fire Queens. Fire Queens was started in 2014. We have 21. Fire Queens ilianza 2014 na ilianza 2014 na
tumia hii.
Fire Queens ilianza 2014 na tulikuwa 14 members, but so far we are 21 members. Tulikuwa tuna deal na samaki. We just used to fry them, sell them locally, but through the help of UON, we have the incubation that we passed through, plus the help of Kirdi. I can see Bitutu there. Hi Bitutu, thank you. Sasa tumefika mahali, we are doing fried omena, we are doing dried fish which is called obambo in Dholuo. We are also doing porridge flour ambaye tunapeleka kwa soko, na tunaomba support kutoka kwa Women Enterprise Fund na ngaf, so that na banks inaweza kutusaidia kuenda mbele, because as a group we need a lot of money for the up market. Kusupply a supermarket, it will not pay you immediately, ama ukipata mali una supply, it will not pay us immediately, itabidi tungoje. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki sana.
Asante sana. Mwenzangu hapa ni Zipora.
Hamjambo. Kwa majina naitwa Mama Zipora Wanjiru wa Kamau. Mimi ni chairlady wa kikundi kinaitwa Lungalunga Cross Border Women Traders. Tunadili na wamama wanaofanya biashara kupitisha mpakani. Tunatoa Kenya, tunapeleka Tanzania, tunapeleka sehemu zingine. Hatukai mahali pamoja. Sisi tulianza 2021 na tunashukuru Mungu kwa sababu tumeona mkono wa Bwana. Kwa sababu kama si Mungu hatungekuwa hapo. Tunashukuru sana kwa sababu tulikuwa tunafanya biashara kila mtu yake. Kila mtu alikuwa anauza mali yake kivyake. Lakini saa hii tulitembelewa na watu wa Nairobi University, wakafanya research kwetu, wakajua chakula chenye tunakuza kule kama cash crop, wakajua tukawaambia ni cassava na cashew nut. Kikundi yetu tunafanya value addition ya cassava na cashew nut. Tunashukuru kwa sababu Nairobi University walitushika mkono pamoja na WeHub. Wakatuleta kwa elimu kubwa sana katika Nairobi, ofisi ya Kildi. Tunashukuru sana ni kwa sababu tumepata elimu. Tunajua kutengeneza cashew nut butter, tunajua kutengeneza cashew nut kama snacks, roasted cashew nut. Tunazigraze with honey, tunaziweka chumvi, zingine tunaweka masara. Alafu pia tukaanza kutengeneza unga wa muhogo, crisps za muhogo, unga wa uji wa muhogo. Tumeleta pale kwenye meza yetu, mtaona. Tunashukuru sana pia, tumesapotiwa na Mungu awajalie washirika. Tumesaidiwa na Crown Trust pia. Tumepata pesa kutoka kwao pamoja na Nairobi University na WeHub. Tukapewa msaada, tumenunua mashini zetu za kutengeneza, pia na trademark na IAS. Wakatununulia mashini za cashew nut. Sasa hivi tumetengeneza kiwanda na tumeweka fence, kwa sababu lazima tuweke fence kwa sababu ya vitu vyetu security. Tunashukuru sana kwa sababu saa hii tumeingia soko, tunauza crisps kwenye mashule. Asante, na tunauza kwenye maduka. Asante. Karibuni nyote.
Na wateja ni wengi hapa.
Na nina watu wangu, niko na secretary na treasurer, Patricia Ngatia na Ruth Modhoni Nyokabi.
Asante.
Karibuni Mombasa, Kwale County.
Asante. Zipora tutamchagua women rep.
Haleluya. Bwana asifiwe. Amen. Na wasalimu wote. Mko salama? Wamama oye. Wamama oye. Mko na furaha? Sioni furaha ya value addition. Bwana asifiwe sana. Kwa majina naitwa Agnes Bene. Mimi ni chairlady Masai Women Dairy Cooperative. Tumefika sasa hivi, like tunashukuru maana Mungu ametuwezesha. Tunashukuru Mungu maana ametuwezesha tufike siku ya leo. Mimi niko na furaha sana siku ya leo tukiwa hapa Nairobi University, maana mmetushika mkono. Tuko na furaha sana. Wakati tulikuwa tumejoin WeHub University of Nairobi, tulikuwa mbali sana. Kama sisi Masai Kajiado tulikuwa tu tunauza maziwa raw, tumeuza miaka sijui ngapi 10 na zaidi tukiuzia processors. Na tulikuwa tunaiona ya kufanya value addition. So tunashukuru sana University of Nairobi, Beatrice na mama wetu Professor Kabira na mwalimu wetu Mwende, Ruth na mama wote kutoka Nairobi. Na washukuru sana. Mmetushika mkono. Hata sisi sasa hivi tunakuja hapa tumejivuna sana. Tuko na Masai Fresh iko kwa mesa. Na tujaifika, tumefikishwa na nyinyi. Mmetushika mkono na tumefurahi sana. Mungu awabariki. Leo tunaweza kuja hapa tukiuza maziwa yetu ya Masai Kajiado na ndio ya mama. Sisi ndio tumetengeneza, tumeprocess
na ni maziwa ya organic milk, yani ile maziwa yetu ya ng'ombe yetu iko na mafuta kila kitu.
Asante,
So
haijakuwa
ukiona
fertilizer.
Masai Fresh
Asante.
kwa supermarket utununulie, na Mungu awabariki sana. Ono wetu ilikuwa ni from grass to grace. Sasa tunaona tuko kwa grace, maana at least tumeweka kwa mesa, tumeuza, iko kwa soko. Na Mungu
Asante.
awabariki sana Crown Trust,
Wote,
Nairobi
wote.
University. Mubarikiwe sana na tunawakaribisha Kajiado tukilaunch.
Asante, asante Constance. Asante. Najua mwenzako ameongea, kwa hivyo nikutaja tu kikundi.
Hamjamboni nyote. Kwa majina naitwa Constance Katana kutoka grupu ya upatanisho from Beithi County. Sisi tunafanya product ya cashew nuts. Tunasema ni asante kwa Nairobi University. We have kwa kutushika mkono mpaka umbali hapa tumefika. Tunasema ni asante, tunawashukuru sana kwa sababu wametushika mkono mpaka tukafika kidi tukapata mafundisho. Na sasa hivi tunafanya na mambo na value addition. Products zetu ziko hapo, hatuna mengi mtaonea hapa. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki wote.
Asante sana, na sasa nataka kumkaribisha Florence all the way from Busia land.
Vunja kimya, pasa sauti. Mumesahau? Vunja kimya, pasa sauti. So mna break the voice. I'm a silent, si ndio? Kuna raise the voice. Habari zenu? Good morning everyone. I'm Atieno Florence. I'm the National Chair Women Cross-Border Traders Circle in Kenya. I'm leading women who are doing cross-border trade. At the same time, I'm coordinating all the borders who have already established on one-stop border post under Trademark Africa. I'm a non-state actor in Africa under CADAP. Tuko hapa saizi nasimamia kwa kikundi cha Busia Women Cross-Border Traders Circle. We are a society right now, Savings and Credit Society. Tulianza kama women group, but right now we have already graduated as a Savings and Credit Society. When tulianza kama 15 women, right now we are almost 252 women. And we have already sensitized at least 10,000 women on cross-border procedure. 10,000 women. By that time, we are being smugglers. We are doing smuggling trade. And right now, we have already formalized our trade. So, our main agenda as Busia and cross-border traders to transform women into informal trade to formal trade. And to take them through how they can formalize their businesses. So another thing we are doing ni mambo na to transform youths, our youths, because sio ndio mambo viongozi wa kesho. Tunataka kutoa hii mambo ya unasikia ati fulani must go ama fulani must remain. So na kutoa hiyo ni kuleta hao on board so they can come up with the initiative ile wanaweza create a job opportunity themselves among their groups. So what we are doing right now, we have 3 products ile iko kwa shelf. Tuko na Silai Boost Flour, iko na different formulation. Tuko na Omena ready to eat. Tuko na Obambla na iko kwa shelf kwa supermarket. So ukipata hizo kwa supermarket, those are our product. And right now tumenunua land zetu na at least tuna formalize women also wakitoka kwa biashara wanaenda kupata mali wanaishi. Na wanapata mali wanaishi aje? We have already created something called vendor 1, vendor 2. Tunanunuana mashamba. Ni kutransform mtu kwa biashara na pia physical. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Asanteni sana. These are the women from 9 counties, and all of them are heading factories or industrial cottages. Thanks to all of you, starting from WeHub, Professor Kabira, Mwende, Kirdi, KIE, WEF, GAF, all those people have contributed in one way or the other. Even the researchers and all the people who are seated here. Munaona hawa mama wote wamekaa hapa, ndio wamefikisha mmefika. Munaonanga Beatrice na Mwende na wachache lakini hawa wote wanafanyia nyinyi kazi. Na tumefurahi leo kwa sababu mnakuja graduation. Wengi wao walianzisha table banking, hawakuwa na mwelekeo, lakini sasa wanatarajia kuweka pesa mifukoni na nina hakika wanaenda mbali. Kama Masai women, they have more than 5,000 members and they are bringing them on board. Cross border umesikia wako na wengi, wale wengine wako na wengi, vikundi vingine viko na watu kama 30, but they are having impact on their communities. So I want to tell Madam Joy that ile kazi mmefanya ama ile pesa kidogo mmetupatia imefanya kazi, na hii ni kuanza tu tunaanza. So we are hoping that you will continue giving us money. I want you to promise these women that you have not left them, that you are going to be with them. Because sasa ndio kazi imeanza. Bidhaa zimefika kwa supermarket, mtaziona pale. Na hata msianze kukula vitu zenye mletaka kwanza muonje zile kwa sababu zinaweza kuharibu utamu. Kwa hivyo nataka kushukuru sana the mentor Mwende ambaye ametembea na hawa wamama. Kama wengine wamekuwa wakipata value addition training lakini hawajakuamka, lakini Mwende ameweza kuamua na wamefika pahali. Mimi najua this is a game changer in this country. This was only a pilot project, Joy. We want it to spread in the whole country, and women will be the game changers in this country, and we will have women in leadership, in factories, everywhere, women leading. Kunawezekana ama hakuwezekani? Wamama tuwaweza hatuwezi? Asanteni.
Asanti Beatrice. Na Beatrice, kabla muondoke, ningependa kumkaribisha pia Mwende, manake naona ni kama hatujawashangilia ya kutosha na vilivyo. Wajua hapa tuna ule utamaduni wetu wa kucheza kidogo. Na pia ningependa kuwafahamisha kwamba Women's Business Incubation katika lugha yetu ya taifa tunayoienzi, lugha ya Kiswahili, Women's Business Incubation yajulikana kama kiangulizi cha biashara cha kina mama. Nayo value addition yajulikana kama kuongeza thamani katika mazao. Na yale mazao ambayo yamefanyiwa hiyo value addition, ambayo yameongezewa thamani, jamani, yale mazao yapo hapa. Tuna ile exhibition. Usiondoke hapa kabla hujanunua at least hata kama ni zao moja ambayo wamama wametuandalia hii leo. Aya basi DJ, tupe wimbo wetu ili tuwashangilie shujaa wetu. Wajua Beatrice na Mwende tunawafahamu kama mashujaa, na pia wamama wetu wa viangulizi ambao wamepitia masomo wamepitia ambao ni viangulizi, yani wamepitia Women's Business Incubation. Tungependa kuwashangilia. DJ, tupe wimbo wetu. Na pia naona Mrs. Marete yupo. Amejaja hapa. Mrs. Marete, tafadhali. Aya, tutasimama, tutacheza kama ambavyo tamaduni yetu inajulikana. We are known as the women who dance, yeah? So we are going to dance. Please join us. Let us all just stand and let us dance. And then we will dance towards the tea. Tea is ready. As we dance, we will dance and pick a cup of tea. We will come back and continue with the program. Please, as you pick your cup of tea, just come back, have a seat, and then we will continue with the program. For now, let us all stand up and we will dance. Tunawachezea mashujaa wetu.
Baraka, Kenya nchi yenye baraka, tumekomboa Kenya taifa letu tukufu, tumebadili mwendo, tutalinda katiba mpya, anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kutenda haki kwa watu wote, mtu mwenye kutenda na ukipenda Kenya ujitengane na mambo yenye kuvunja amani. Hatutaki matata Kenya, wenye daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Wenye haki, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Na nikienda nje sitasahau Kenya, na nitabaki Mkenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Wenye haki, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Na tumeapa sote wenye nchi ya Kenya kutumikia Kenya daima na milele. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Wenye haki, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Sitaiacha Kenya nchi yangu, mimi mwenye Kenya daima. Umoja wetu Kenya tudumishe, mimi mwenye Kenya daima.
Thank you so much. Let's now just grab a cup of tea and then we will come back. So just serve your tea and then come back and we will have it as we proceed with the program. Tea is just right here, my left hand side. Please, our guest of honor is here. May I request you please to be seated? The tea will be served to you. If you haven't already served your cup of tea, please just take your seat. Our guest of honor is here.
just no connect side. See, from here is okay.
Societies improve, businesses strengthen, economies grow. The human development costs of large and persistent economic gender gaps are enormous. Women work just as hard, but earn less. Women learn more, but have less access to education and training. Women participate actively in society, yet are much more likely to be harassed or abused.
We'd now like to move on to the next program. We are going to get lessons from our mentors. We are going to get lessons from our mentors. Emily Owiti, are you here? Emily Owiti. I'd like to invite Emily Owiti and Mercy Mwende to join me on stage. And they're going to give a warm welcome to our mentors, two of our great ladies, great mentors, Mama Catherine Ichoya and Mama Terry Kantai. Emily, please. We want to give a very warm welcome to Catherine Ichoya and Terry Kantai. And we have a special song for them. Emily and Mercy will dance with them up onto the stage. Aya, karibuni. It's a new day. It's a new dawn. All right, Emily says, please stand and dance as we welcome Mama Catherine Ichoya and Mama Terry Kantai onto the stage. It's a new day. It's a new dawn. Hey, please, let's stand and dance. Asante DJ, asante. Wageni waheshimiwa wamefika. And this is a session where we pick lessons from our mentors. These two ladies that we have here with us today, Mama Terry Kantai and Mama Catherine Ichoya, are powerful business women. They are women who have been in enterprise for a long time. And actually, when we were starting the incubation, the WeHub incubation, we consulted them. I remember spending so many hours with Mama Catherine Ichoya, just giving us lessons on how best to incubate women's businesses and value addition. She is so knowledgeable in value addition and the whole concept we have picked from her. So let me welcome them. And Emily and Mercy are going to take us through this session. Welcome, Emily.
Thank you very much, Dr. Meroka. Good morning once more. Good morning to our esteemed guests, our partners, our esteemed women, entrepreneurs. You are the reason we are here this morning, and we are very happy. We are honored to be here to celebrate you today. As we have been told by Dr. Meroka and the rest of the other speakers, it has been close to 3 years, 2 years of training and a year of implementing the program. So within these 3 years, the women entrepreneurs have gone through a journey. If you look behind me, that model tells you all that they have gone through. They've been capacity trained. KIRD and KIE, our partners here, trained them as well in value addition. And if you check the corner on the other side, on my right, at the far end, you'll get time to walk there. They now do not sell just bananas, for instance. They just don't sell omena. They are value adding, and they have very interesting products. Throughout that journey, the women have not walked alone. It has been a journey of a lot of lessons, a lot of hard work and resilience. And we are honored this morning, having heard from the women group leaders, as well as the women themselves. We are very honored this morning to listen to the eminent women who will introduce themselves shortly, take us through the journey. The women were honored to be mentored by these eminent women here, and they've been taken through the entire process. And what mentors do, they illuminate your journey. They have that experience which they share, they give an oversight, and they're able to help the women not to go through the same pitfalls they may have gone through. Isn't it easy when someone else shows you the way and puts a spotlight? Akikumulikia mbele, you can actually see you don't get to fall down. That is exactly what these ladies have done. And just without taking a lot of time, I want to invite them to introduce themselves and tell us a little bit about who they are and the groups that they have worked with so that we get to know them. I'm hoping that not just for the women, but for the rest of us, that we can pick lessons from this journey of our women entrepreneurs. I'll start from the extreme right, and I'll request Mama Terry Kantai, Honorable, to introduce herself so that we get to know her, and then she tell us also the groups that you have worked with and your experience. Thank you.
Na mama oye. Ninawasalimia sana na ninashukurani sana kufika hapa na kuwa na nyinyi leo. Asubuhi ya leo tujadiliane, tuungane pamoja, tusaidiane ndio tuweze kwenda mbele. Mimi kwa miaka yangu nilianza kazi ya kina mama nikiwa miaka 15 na nilikuwa standard 7. Kwa sababu nilikuwa shule ya Catholic, kuna sister ambaye aliniona ni kama ninaweza kuandika, akasema wewe utakuwa secretary wa Women Union for Social Action, na bado iko mpaka saa hii. That is almost 70 years ago. I'm 84 years. And since that time, the purpose, what I learned from that experience, to be brief because there is a lot I can talk about regionally, internationally, and also locally, is that you have to have a purpose, sababu, ya kufanya wewe uwe kwa kikundi ya kina mama au kwa grupu yoyote. Kitu ingine uwe na motivation, uwe na mtisha. Ni sababu gani inakusukuma kuungana na wenzako? Na tena uwe na commitment. Na ukubali zile sheria ambazo zitawekwa na hiyo group. Na mimi niliona ya kwamba wakina mama wanaenda vizuri sana, lakini ikifika wakati kuna pesa, kuna mgogoro huja hapo. Sijui kama mmejua hivyo. Kama nimesema ukweli, mpige makofi. Wakati hakuna pesa, wakati watu wanasumbuka wakijaribu, lakini kama kuna donor money na kuna pesa, watu wanaanza kusengenyana, watu wanaanza kutaka, mimi nataka hii power na hii. Lakini hii iliendelea hiyo na hiyo project bado kwa wakati huu iko. Kwa hivyo there is success story in that project, in that initiative. Nilikaa nikasoma Nikaenda Ulaya, nikaona hata kina mama vile wanafanya Ulaya, lakini kuna vitu nilijifunza nikiwa na kina mama ambao ni wazungu wale wa nje. Niliona wana commitment ya kuweka masaa. And to ignore the pettiness. And that is very important kwa kama mnataka kuwa. You ignore small things. Musiende when you focus on the business. Achana na mambo ya wenyewe. Ile personal munaachana nayo. And in Western world, I learned, and that is very important. Keeping time, being honest, and unaleta mambo kwa meza. Sio baada ya mkutano, kuna mkutano ingine. Si hivyo hufanyika? Au nimesema uongo? Mkikutana mnaweka kila kitu kwa meza. Alafu hata regional pahali Catherine alifanya kazi, tulitengeneza department ya kina mama ndio akapata kazi huko. We help. Me, I'm a neighbor. I'm not a doer. Mumeelewa? Siwezi kukuambia nina business hii na hii. Business yangu ni watu na kuwasaidia wapate business na wafanye business mzuri. Kitu ingine ambayo nime experience nayo ni kwamba nilifanya na serikali. Na mimi ndio nilikuwa mama wa kwanza wa kuanzisha ile ofisi ya kina mama ya serikali, ilikuwa inaitwa Women's Bureau. Labda wengine wenyu mko very young, lakini hiyo ndio department ambayo ilileta mabadiliko hapa Kenya. Tukatayarisha kina mama kwenda Beijing, tuliwachagua, tukawatafuta wale ambao wangeenda, wakaenda Beijing, tukaenda Copenhagen, tukatayarisha mkutano ya Nairobi na hata follow up strategies ambazo zilikuweko. Lakini kitu ya kwanza ni kwamba kwa sababu serikali haikuwa imekubali, haikuwa inaonyesha, they were not showing us the quantitative or qualitative value of women's role. We made sure that after that we could get ourselves in the books of government. Inaitwa development plan. The government works with 5-year development plan. And I wrote the first chapters ever in the development plan of Kenya. Kwa hivyo siku hizi kina mama wanaonekana, at least there is state department, but there wasn't before. Tulikuwa pia hatukuweza kupatiwa house allowance. Na hatukuwa sio house allowance, hatukuwa na entitlement for pension. But the late President Kibaki, when he was Minister for Finance, I took a delegation there, and with Kinajeni Kiano the late, and we were entered in 1986 into permanent and pensionable schemes. Now young people like this, they are pensionable, but they don't know where it came from. So we have played the role of enabling. But in relation to groups, I want to say something. When we started the Women's Bureau, we found there were 521 women, zilikuwa zinaitwa women clubs. Tukazibadilisha zikawa women group. Mimi ndio nilitoa hiyo jina. Nikabadilisha hiyo policy. Kwa sababu clubs zilikuwa za kina mama ambao walikuwa wa chiefs and educated people. So we decided to change that. Kwa hivyo ukisikia jina women group, ujue zina mwenyewe, umeelewa? Sasa kuna women group. Tulipata hizo. By the time we left, in 6 years, we had 36,000 women groups. How did we get there? It was motivation. We went around the countries holding seminars and barazas, and we motivated women, telling them they were important, and they couldn't fight the cultural barriers and the traditions by themselves. So get organized. Lakini tulikuwa na mtisha pia ya donors. The Scandinavians also gave us a lot of money, and also the USAID na wengine, the Netherlands. And once you get 10,000, uniona group zikaongezeka mpaka politicians wakawa wanazungumza juu my women group, my women group, my women group. Hawakujua chochote. So there is a lot we can talk about, lakini kwa sasa ningesema hivi. My experience with the women and business ilikuwa moja kubwa Taita Taveta. For the first time ever in Kenya, the women decided to buy a bus. Sijui kama mumeisikia, ilikuwa inaitwa Muraro Women Bus. Muraro Women Bus ilikuwa
We interrupt the session in order to welcome our guest of honor who has arrived, accompanied by Professor Kabira and our other officials at the WeHub. So we will move on to the official opening, where we will welcome our guest of honor after we finish this session. Emily, we are minded of time, so you have about 10 minutes to finish the mentor session.
Thank you very much. We'll do our best. And thank you, Terry, for sharing with us your experience. From her experience, she has told us how she's been able to transfer what she learned to support the women by enabling them and guiding them. I'll ask Mwende to quickly introduce herself. Sorry, let's have Catherine Nishoya introduce herself first. Just briefly, in less than a minute, introduce yourself and tell us the groups you worked with and how you worked with them.
No, I cannot sit while my seniors are here. My name is Catherine Ichoya. I'm a banker. I've been in charge of regional institutions such as those in Comesa. I was in charge of women in business. I was a bank manager. I am so happy to hear that our women are benefiting from most of our banks because we fought for this. This is the best thing that has ever happened. Cross-border traders, through Comesa, we have fought because most of our women were being abused. But now, they are business women. And I thank God for the University of Nairobi. I salute you for the good job that you are doing. We have gone to Mashinani, to our parents, to our sisters, and this is the way to go. I must say that I mentioned this program briefly because I got a continental award, which was very good for Kenya in Ethiopia. And I talked about the program of Nairobi University and how the institutions are mentoring our women to forge ahead. This is very important. I just thank you. I thank you for including us. I thank you for sharing and for giving us the space and also mentoring us to be where we are. May God bless you. And we are there to support any activities that you have. We are there to do it freely because we have earned whatever we have because of you. May God bless us all. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being brief. You may pass the microphone to Mwende. Indeed, Catherine has walked the journey. Catherine has walked. She has walked the journey with our women. She has been with us even when we were engaging our partners. And I'd like to invite Mwende, because we don't have a lot of time, so that she may also introduce herself. She has been at the core of mentoring these women, practically having sessions with them, showing them, because she herself is, she has her own business, Sweet and Dried. She has walked the journey, she's had her own challenges, and through her own success, she's been able to show them what she has done, and practically so. So Mwende, you may introduce yourself in a minute and just share with us your experience.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. I'm delighted this morning to stand before you. I think the name Mwende is so common now. This is Mwende. My second name is Mercy. I come from Tharaka County, and I head a business called Sweet and Dried, where we are doing value addition of agricultural crops through drying. We are among the first African-owned companies in Kenya, I always say African-owned, to dry mangoes, bananas, pineapples, herbs and spices, local crops, and we actually selling them locally and even exporting. Let me thank the university, Professor Kabira, for giving Sweet and Dried an opportunity and giving me an opportunity to mentor all the women that are in this program through the partnership with Kenya Industrial Estates, Mr. Ayeko. Thank you so much, because if you did not map us where we were, we would not have held these women's hands. And today, for me, is more of a celebration of a journey that we have started. And I want to say that briefly, what we are having today is a transformation of the idea of cottage industries succeeding in Kenya. Having run a cottage industry for the last 10 years, close to 12 years, and seen its success from a very small business, and now being able to play in the National League and in the International League, I believe that the 12 cottage industries that we are graduating today are going to succeed. They are going to hold hands. And because of time, I'll just read through something small I prepared for them. Because today is a day of pride, reflection, and celebration. My groups, are you there? Are you happy today? Because we are graduating from the University of Nairobi. Kila mtu atajua tumesoma, si ndio? We have a certificate reading University of. So when people from University of Nairobi are being called, you make sure you do what? You simama, si ndio? So I stand before you not just as a mentor, but as a witness to your strength, your growth, and your unwavering commitment to building something bigger than yourselves. You remember when we began the journey, we were very unsure. There were questions in our hearts. Can we really do this? You remember Busia women? Will people buy our products? You remember Kega asking me that question? Can a small group of women in the village become successful entrepreneurs? And today we have the answers. They are all written in every packet of flour you've milled. You're going to see our products that you have brought today. Every bottle of yogurt, please buy the yogurt from Maasai women. You have processed every product you've packaged and every shilling that you've earned. Today, Busia women was sharing with us that since we started the value addition, they have made close to 200,000 sales within a span of less than 6 months. Let's give them a clap. You have not built businesses, but you have built yourself. So to the women group, you have not only added value to agricultural produce, but I'm here to testify that you have added value to your families, your communities, and to yourselves. Let me just share a few lessons that you have learned through this journey together with the ladies. One is start small, but think big. When the women were starting, deep in the village, today, our peers, I would like to tell you that Busia women sent their first pack of flour to France through the ambassador. Let's give them a clap. From Busia, all the way to where? To France. A packet of uji made from omena. It is amazing. So every successful business starts with a single step, and you took it. With the little you had, you made something meaningful. The seed of effort you planted has now grown into real cottage industries that are creating income and dignity. Lesson number 2 that we have learned is skill empowers, but unity transforms. What our mama said here
is that we can have all the skills, but if you're not united, then we cannot grow. So you didn't walk the path alone. You leaned on each other. You remember how we had to learn how to do leadership, some falling out, others coming in, but you worked as a team. You learned that when women come together, there's no limit to what they can achieve. And number 3, mistakes are lessons and not failures. You remember that day when we went with products without labels and we were so frustrated at the exhibition? But I want to remind you that some of you burnt your first batch of banana crisps, others packed products with the wrong labels, and some of you even faced days without a single sale, but you learned. You improved, and that resilience has brought you here. Hoye wa mama. And the last 2 is quality is power. You understood that it's not just about producing more, but producing better. Your commitment to hygiene, packaging, good processing practices, and customer satisfaction has set your product apart. Madam PS, it's good to know that all our groups are KEBS certified. And our products are there in the supermarket. And 5, empowered women empower others. And for me as your mentor, your success is not the end, it's the beginning. You are now role models in your community. The young girls are watching you today and will dream bigger because of your example. To all the graduates I say, you are not just business women, you are pioneers. You have turned milk, cassava, omena, and the rest into more opportunity. You have shifted from dependency to productivity, from hope to reality, from training to transformation. Let us remember that this is not just a graduation, it is a launch. Your journey continues. Keep innovating, keep learning, keep supporting one another, and never forget, the power to change your world is already in your hands. Congratulations, and may your business grow, thrive, and inspire for generations to come, and I will always be there to support you. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate Mwende. And as we conclude, I see Dr. Meroka approaching. Allow me to give a minute to the eminent ladies also just to share with us quickly the lessons that they learned. They may benefit all of us and the women as well. Madam PS, with your permission. Thank you. Madam Terry Kantai. Shortly, in less than a minute, share with us your lessons that you have learned.
I think Madam PS and distinguished guests, all protocols observed. I think, as I said before, I have had experiences at the regional, at the international, but also local levels. What I found working with women is that one, you have to have very clear goals. You have to establish understanding and have a character of a group. The group must have a personality. The group should have a personality. And because you have to have some values within your group. The value of being yourself and being honest and being committed and being there if you want to unite a business. You cannot say, I will be there 10 o'clock and then you come at 2. You have to keep time. My experience with women is that quite often you take 10 minutes to greet people and you are late for the meeting. The best thing is to keep time and keep commitment and also have short, clear goals that are achievable, that are measurable, that you can say we want to do 1 thing. For example, we had in Busia, the first women group we funded was for cyber boat. We wanted to make a difference and to show that women can also do fishing. But we did not prepare them culturally well, so that when they got confronted by the men, then they gave up and they sold the boat to the men. You have to know where you are going and know that there are some consequences of any decision that you make, and you have to be bold. But also, you have to be thrift and to save and to know how to use the money and to invest. And also invest in quality and not just quantity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Catherine.
Let me start. I'm used to. Can you hear me, please? Yes. Okay, thank you. Mine is to just thank my government. I really would like to thank my government because without our flag, without taking care of this country, without the pride we have for Kenya, I'm saying this because we have been all over the world. It is important to ensure that our flag is flying high. And that's the lesson that I learned. I learned in Addis Ababa when, they were giving me this Continental Award, and I was just crying throughout because the purpose for us in this world is first and foremost to respect where we were brought from our mothers to our relatives to our friends. And I want to salute University of Nairobi. Professor Kabila, you know very well that you recommended me. You are one of the recommenders for me to go to Harvard. I wouldn't have gone there, and I went. So ours is to ensure that we support one another wherever we can be able to do, to ensure that the upcoming generation is really going to be left in charge of this country. That is very, very important. Number two, the hub, the way I have seen it in the region, because I was even telling Comesa at that level, is so important. The job that the hub is doing is so important. And it reminds us of our old mothers when they were going to Waruhiu. There were some institutions that were training our mothers, some of them are gone, to know how to take care of the great kettle, the chicken. We will not be anywhere if we did not learn from our mothers to do what they are doing. I respect the men. I'm not saying that it's only the mothers who are doing that, but it's the family units that were doing that. That is what made us to have some money to go to school. We would never have gone there. So what the university is doing, Professor Kabila and the team, this is very important. And I have been talking to my colleagues in Comesa to ensure that this particular project that we are also doing is going to be a case study to what should be happening in the region. So I salute you, the university, all of you, the teamwork, the way you have worked together. Maybe somebody has not told you, you are a team. You are doing a wonderful job. We salute you. And please, can we clap for them? Thank you so much. Continue to do this. We are going to be behind you to support you. And I'm happy that the government is here because they can see that there are people who have gone ahead to ensure that your policies are being implemented. The policies that you are realizing practical results that are supporting the communities. Thank you so much, and I appreciate this time very much. I'm so humbled. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Catherine. Enabled us to conduct this research, African Women Studies Center, the enabling environment. Products that these women right here, entrepreneurs, have been able to do. And the reasons why they have been successful is because of these mentors, because of the partners that we have collaborated with, that have taken them through the process,
but more so we appreciate the mentors because they shared the lessons that they have learned. They showed them the directions, they gave them the insights. And when they had shared stories of how they stumbled, how they managed, and we are now here. Madam PS, I also want to appreciate our government and your office, MSME, particularly for the policies that will ensure the policies and the law. I know the work that has gone in there, and it will really ensure that these women are successful. As they are graduating today, this is just the beginning. Let's keep holding hands. And to our entrepreneurs, let's appreciate our mentors. And as we go out there, let's also mentor other people so that we have more women who are successful. Let's give a warm and a round of applause to our mentors. Thank you very much.
Akina mama hoye. Haitoshi, makofi ambayo mmewapa hayatoshi. Hivyo basi, ningependa kusema wacha tuwape yale makofi ambayo wanastahili. Do as I do, right? Twende. Thank you. Na tukiendelea na huo mtindo wa WeHub, utamaduni wetu wa WeHub ambapo tuko na nyimbo tofauti na tukiwa katika hali ya sherehe huwa tunawakaribisha wageni wetu wa heshima kwa njia ambayo inastahili, yani kwa mtindo wenyewe wa WeHub. Hivyo basi wamama wetu wa kikundi cha Busia wako na wimbo maalum ambao wametayarisha ili kumkaribisha mgeni wetu wa heshima na shujaa wetu Profesa Kabira. Wacha nimkaribishe Bi Florence ili atuelekeze. Welcome. We have a special welcome for our guest of honor, which will be led by our group from Busia, the chair lady, Madam
Thank you very much, everybody. I want to thank you, and because we are moving to the next ceremony, to the next part of this discussion, with the permission of Professor Kovia, who is the manager for the next session, I wanted to just make one request because Madam PS was away, was at a meeting, and so she was not able to actually see the ladies or hear a little bit about what they're doing. So I wanted just to call the chairs or whoever is the lead of each of the groups and say who they are, where they, which county they are from, and then also be able to say just in a few words what they're doing and what their challenges are. Just that, so that at least she knows the graduates. So when she's giving this degree, which you are getting, she will know who you are. If that is okay, Professor, and then we can move on to the official opening. Thank you. And we also have our DPC here, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, who is representing Professor Hutchinson. We know who is the BC, and she will also be here, and she's a great entrepreneur. So I think it is good for him to hear also what the women are doing. So I'm going to ask Florence, I think you're always ready to say something from Lucia. Where are you? So we begin with Lucia, and then we'll go to Kisumu, and then we'll go down to the coast. And before we go to Kitui, which is near to Nairobi, we'll go to Turkana. Okay? So Lucia, and then we'll have Belinda. Belinda, you're there? And Catherine. So you will all come here so that we have, so that we don't spend a lot of time. So we'll have Lucia, then Kisumu, no, these ones are very, no, so you don't go back. Or they were escorting the leader. So everyone is going to be escorted. But Kisumu is here, so you are escorted together. Okay, can I ask Kilifi? Please, whoever is escorting Kilifi, quickly. And Kwale. Where are they? And Turkana. And Kitui. They will find us. And I ask to begin with the Turkana this time.
Okay. Kwa majina mimi naitwa Josephine Kabo. Nimetoka Turkana, bali naitwa Gogun. Kachelewa Women Group. Sisi tunafanya kazi ya kusiaga unga, kuuza unga na kuuza mahindi.
Thank you very much. Where is the chair? I wanted the chair to also be introduced because she's a government official in charge of security in their own area, so I think it is good she's there. Where is she? Thank you very much, Josephine. Yes. You can't come all the way from Uganda and work na usiwe nimesema utaambia wana PS there kwa sababu hiyo ni serikali kwa hivyo kwa sababu nimetoka mbali sana.
Kwa majina naitwa Florence Awili na natoka Uganda. Kwa sababu nimekuja hapa kutafuta akili yenye nilikuwa na au
Cassava, then tunatengeneza uji wa yani unga wa uji wa cassava na unga mweupe wa kupika ugali. Pia tunafanya baking za keki na scones za cassava. Na ni very kuwa na sisi. Mama Beatrice anatufuatanga kila asubuhi na jioni na siku. Na madam mwende mnafanya nini? Mmefika wapi? Tunashukuru ni kwa sababu mimi nimekuwa na vikundi na nyingi, lakini hizi shirika zimetuinua. Hakuna kikundi kinakuelimisha, kinakusaidia kufanya hivi, alafu kinakushika mkono mpaka kinakupeleka kwa soko. Hakuna, lakini penye wametufanyia tunashukuru. Pia tunajivunia kupata elimu na kupata leo tuko kwa graduation. Tumegraduate. Tunalinga, tunabebwa na gari za University of Nairobi. Hatujawahi hata pengine hatukusoma mpaka hapo. Tunashukuru kwa sababu sasa mimi si kama yule ambaye hajui. Nashukuru sana kwa sababu hizo bidhaa zetu kuna wakati hata tumepata order za South Africa. But tunakuta hatukuwa tunajua tunaweza fanya nini. Saa hii nje wote wanatamani hizo vitu na tunatafuta bado soko na tunaomba serikali izidi kutusaidia kwa sababu shida kubwa ya wamama saa hii na Kenya tulio hatuna pesa. Pesa bado tunahitaji ya kuendelea zaidi. Asante.
Thank you very much. That was Father. As we say in African Women Studies Center. But if you want to know about women, ask women. So that's why it is the women's voices we are listening to. Thank you very much. So we go to Kitui.
Hamjapoti. Majina naitwa Mary Nzioki kutoka Kitui. Mimi ni chairlady wa kikundi inaitwa Neighbor. Na hiyo kikundi tunafanya ama miradi miwili. Tuko na mradi wa kuku na mradi wa asali. Kwa sasa tunaendelea na mradi wa kuku na mradi wa asali karibuni tutaanza. Ni certificate tu ndio tuchukue tuanze kufanya mambo ya asali. Na vile asali ya Kitui ni nzuri, hiyo kazi wa mama tutaifanya, hata viongozi wetu watafurahia, sababu tutaifanya kwa nguvu na kwa moyo wa kujisukuma mbele. Kwa hivyo mambo yetu yako hivyo. Tena nishukuru Nairobi University wametuletea walimu tofauti. Mimi wakati wa zamani nilikuwa mama mwenye uoga, siwezi kuongea, naogopa watu kama simba. Lakini wakati huu nimekuwa chunjaa, ninaongea tu vizuri. Nashukuru sana Mama Agnes Kabira. Mungu akulinde, akuongoze kila wakati. Beatrice Mwende, Rosi Marede, hao ni viongozi wetu. Tunawapenda sana. Wanatushika mkono. Ni kama kuchika kifofu tu. Unamchika, unamuonyesha mahali, unamwangaza. Hao viongozi wametufanya wamama chunjaa na tukaona mbele. Tukajua naweza kufanya kazi, pesa wapi? Kwa mfuko. Asanteni.
So we are in Kilifi now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Habari zenu.
Mimi kwa majina ni Margaret kutoka Kilifi na ninaongea kwa niaba ya patanisho na kutetezane ambayo tulianza tukiwa zero mpaka saa hii tuko na kitu. Tulipopatikana tukiwa na Nairobi University, sisi tulikuwa tu wamama ambao tulikuwa tunafanya table banking na tulikuwa tukishikana kama wamama wapatanisho na kutetezane. Tulikuwa tunafanya tu hiyo table banking na ukulima wa mhogo na korosho, na tumefanya huo kwa muda mrefu na tukiwa hatuna maarifa yoyote, lakini twashukuru baada ya hapo kupata Nairobi University na wakatushika mkono, wakatuonyesha njia, na hiyo njia tumeishika. Wametuletea wafadhili WeHub, wametuletea walimu kutoka Kidrid, na tumefanya kazi nzuri. Saa hii tunafanya processing, ambayo hiyo processing saa hii tuna package ambazo ni korosho zetu, tunazipaki vizuri, tunaweka unga wetu wa mhogo kwa utaratibu ulio wasawa. Na wakati huo tulikuwa tu tunauza mhogo wetu kwa katika vikapu vile ambavyo mnajua kule Kilifi, tunauza tu mhogo ukiwa kwa soko, ukiwa nyumbani tunauza tu kawaida. Lakini baada ya elimu tunashukuru saa hii tunaweka mhogo, tunafanya value addition, tunafanya crepes, tunafanya mhogo kunakuwa wa thamani, kunakuwa na ubora wa usawa. Saa hii mhogo, korosho tunaweza tukazitengeneza kwa value addition, kuweka chill, kuweka sausage. So tunatengeneza hii product ambayo inaonyesha hata kwa supermarket inaweza kuingia bila shida yoyote. Saa hii ambayo imebaki tu ni ile tu kushikwa mkono upande wa kuweza kupata hizi supermarket tuweze kupeleka product zetu, na tunamtumai walimu wetu ambao wanaendelea kutushika mkono watazidi kutuonyesha njia ili tuweze kupata ufanisi na ile lengo letu hasa, si eti kampuni ambayo tuko nayo pale. Lengo letu sisi ni kuwa na training center pale Kilifi Mabaya Nyundo, na shamba tuko nayo ekari 5. Tunashukuru Mungu sana WeHub, tunashukuru Mungu University, tunashukuru Mungu kwa walimu wetu Rose, Madam Professor, walimu wote ambao wamekuja kule kwetu, tunasema asanteni. Walimu wa Kidri nao wote tunasema asanteni, maana tumepata kujua mafunzo mazuri. Sitamsahau Mwende, tunasema mbarikiwe sana.
Madam PS na wageni wetu wote na wamama wetu wote, hamjamboni. Mimi naitwa Belinda Odera na tunatoka Kisumu County. Kisumu County tuko kwa soko ambayo inajulikana kama Uhuru Business Park, na kikundi chetu kinaitwa Small Fish. Small Fish inaitwa manake hivyo kwa sababu sisi ni wamama ambao tunauza samaki ya omena, na tunauza omena ikiwa fresh. So initially before value addition tulikuwa tunatoa omena kule baharini, tunakuja nao kwa soko and we supply it to our fellow women, na sisi tunabaki na zingine. So omena fresh inategemea jua. We are so dependent on the sun. Na kama hakuna jua tulikuwa tunaenda tunamwaga omena yetu and we run at losses, na wamama wanakuwa hawana pesa kwa mifuko. Then WeHub came, and when WeHub came tulipelekwa kwa kitu training ambayo inaitwa value addition. In fact kuja kwa kikundi yangu kule siku hizi nyimbo yenye watu wanaimba ni value addition, because kutoka kwa value addition, after the value addition training at Kirdi tuliacha kukuwa na omena sasa na tukakuwa na products sasa, and out of that tuko na 3 products. Tuko na product moja ambayo ni omena salted, and we have omena with ginger and garlic, na tuko na pia unga ambayo tunaitengeneza through omena. Na through WeHub pia tumepata empowerment mzuri sana, because sasa kama wamama hatuna ile uoga, we can walk up to the county offices and demand what is rightfully ours, na kwa sababu tunajua we are stakeholders na tunalipa taxes in that county. Initially tulikuwa tunafanya biashara yetu before we have under a tree, some place called Patel's Roundabout within Kisumu County. But after the training, yakati tulikuwa trained na tulikuwa tunamaliza training, we invited our governor akakuja kwa hiyo training yetu na tukamwambia shida zetu, and we were able to be allocated a space within Uhuru Market. Hiyo space yetu tumeng'ang'ana na we have, and we are in the process of putting up a cottage industry yenye itatusaidia kufanya processing, even though saizi bado tunafanya processing at Kirdi, but tunatengeneza our own place where we can process our omena. And chenye tunaweza omba serikali, wamama wamefanya kazi ina nguvu sana, na tunajaribu mtusaidie ku-access hata other bigger markets mali tunaweza kupeleka products zetu, because kama tuko na products na hatuna soko ya kuipeleka, then it is useless, na it is like we have not done anything. So we just ask the government kama wanaweza kutusaidia na maybe hata kupata other equipment and how we can access bigger markets for our products, tutashukuru sana.
Kisumu, this is Kisumu number 2. Kwa jina naitwa Kathleen Mdongo, mimi ni chairman wa Fire Queens. Kwa majina naitwa Kathleen Odongo, mimi ni chair lady wa Fire Queens. Fire Queens ilianza 2014 na ikawa na members 15, and so far tuko members 21 na tumeemploy roughly watu 50 wenye wanafanya kazi ya we fry fish. The reason why we are called Fire Queens, mostly we deal with fire because we fry a lot of fish and we fry a lot of omena. So tukajipata most of the times tuko kwa moto. Sasa tumeita Fire Queens. Tumeemploy like riders, 10 riders. Tumeemploy watu wanatukarania samaki. But before hatukuwa tunajua kama samaki yetu inaweza kwenda up market. But through the trainings from supported by UON, we have Kirdi, Crown Trust for funding, mentorship tulipatiwa na Mwende. Tumekuwa tukisukumwa sana na Beatrice. Wakati mtu nataka kurelax kidogo anatusukuma mpaka tukajua the importance of value addition goods. And so far we are trying to look for orders in supermarkets. Tuko na marafiki nje ya nchi, we supply them wherever they are in Kenya. The packaging are so fine. Kitambo tulikuwa tunatumia tins to do the weighing and packaging, tunafanya kwa nets, which was not so hygienical. Saizi tunapack kwa packages safi, hata hapa inaweza serve anybody bila fear ati iko contaminated. Asante sana, tuko na certificate ya Kenya Bureau of Standards, meaning products zetu ziko certified for human consumption through the help of Professor and the team. The team was wide. Wametutembelea, wametumenta, accountability saizi tunaweza kaa chini tujue tuna calculate aje profit first. Ile kitu nilishika sana ni profit first. Lazima nitengeneze profit for product. Bila profit that business is useless. So hiyo profit imefanya mimi sasa kwa members wangu pia wengine wenye walikuwa tu wanafanya services za provide kama kuchoma, wameanza kufanya biashara zao. Wengine wameanza kununua pikipiki zao because the industry is growing. Thank you so much, because sasa hivi tuko na accessibility ya modern toilet, tuko na maji safi ya Kiwasto. Tunashukuru sana Madam PS na tunakukaribisha Kisumu anytime ukija. Thank you very much. Maybe just a little bit about, I just wanted to add that we struggled for almost 3.5 years with railways. To give this group some place where they can build, because they have been working in the open air area. But somebody came and said he is actually the owner of not railways. And he's from there, but he lives in Eldoret. And they came and just said, I will give them for free. They can work there as long as they put in temporary structures. And so we were in there, so we provided, as you say, clean water, some shade, and clean area for doing the business. So, and this was something that is happening in almost all the communities. Almost all the communities. Turkana will tell you that they actually work with the Catholic Church, with their neighbors, and they are able, sometimes they keep money there because there is no Safaricom, there is no M-Pesa. You can only access M-Pesa if you go to Longwa, which is about 4 kilometers, 400 just 4 kilometers to 125 kilometers from there. And our people have been there, you know, in Uganda. Actually, they were trained by EBE from the Environmental Engineering Department of the University of Nairobi, or and a lot of this team were trained by Keynote and KIE. And I think, we are not talking about them a lot because they are actually going to speak during the workshop. Keynote and KIE, and then later, like they have said, by Monday when they go to the field. So it's a very, very interesting thing. In Kilifi, they actually have also another priest who has given them the 5 acres. So I think it's a project which is being supported by the communities. I think we are going to Meru. We are now going to the mountains.
Okay. Rhoda Mugambi from Tarakaniti, and we have a women's group known as Kega, dealing with bananas. And bananas are a staple food in Tarakaniti, in Meru County. And we realized that bananas are going to waste. Although we started planting them, we are almost giving up sometimes. But when we got to be incubated by University of Nairobi, being trained by KIE and our mentor, Mwende, we had already given up. Right now, we are doing value addition to bananas. As a women group, Kega, we have our products with us. We've been trained to make banana crisps, banana cakes, banana cookies, and also banana flour. And we want to make sure that bananas that we are going to waste for a long time in Tarakaniti County, they are no longer in waste because we use them. Before, people knew that bananas would only be cooked or eaten as red bananas. But today, if you come to Tarakaniti, you'll realize that you can use banana to make banana flour, you can make banana cookies, you can make banana crisps, and they can stay on the counter or in your cupboard there at home for 2 to 3 months. And you eat them as snacks, and they are very nutritious. Instead of eating the wheat, you can change to bananas, and they will make you good. If you come there, we are not growing old, simply because of bananas. We have known the secret behind age, simply because of using bananas. And right now, through the University of Nairobi, we have, and our trainers, we've been able to acquire an oven for making the cakes and baking the cookies. We also have a deep fryer for the crisps. We are also having a portion meal, which we are making the flour, and it's so nutritious. It's a whole meal. Tunaita power uji, because if you just take it, you don't need to eat your lunch. You can make it the whole day. It has so many nutrients in it. And then we also we are planning to have organic fertilizer, whereby we want to utilize the entire banana. Back in Meru, people are used to giving the trunk or the stem to the animals, but we realized that it's not useful at all. But we can use it to make the banana fiber. We can use it to make even the fertilizer, organic fertilizer, which doesn't have any chemicals. but we have a problem that we don't have a machine to make the pellets so that we can use them, and even carrying it will be easier than making so many bulbs and carrying them with lorries. We can make bulbs and make them, and therefore we are after making a banana very useful, and this far we have made some steps, and we thank God for it.
Thank you. Now we are in Meru now.
Habari zenu, naitwa Charity, nimetoka Meru. Langu ni kuwashukuru wahusika wenye walihusika kwa sababu tulikuwa katika giza. Mbele tulikuwa tunauza ndizi mzima pesa kidogo. Mkikuyu akikuja huko kwetu ni wazuri sana wa Kikuyu, lakini anakuambia ndizi nenda nini mwana, haya anakununulia na pesa kidogo sana. Sasa sisi kupitia Nairobi University KIE na wahusika wote pamoja na mwalimu wetu, vile mlikuja mlitutoa katika giza. Mungu awabariki. Sasa sisi ndizi ile inatoka pesa mingi sana. Ndizi moja ile tulikuwa tunauza 200, sasa inatoka 200 na. Hizi krizi tulitengeneza, tunauza kuna 100 gram, tunauza 50 shillings. Tunaona inatoka pesa mingi. Kwa hivyo tunajua tukaenda hapana. Profesa mpaka sasa hivi ulikuta mali tulikuwa tumekodisha. Juzi tulienda, kuna wenye walikuwa hapa kwa ndege, tukasema sisi Profesa Kabera anajua tuko hapa. Vile tulitaja Profesa Kabera, tukaambiwa juu hii nyumba ilikuwa imetengenezwa juu ya bali addition ya ndizi, ujeni mkae hapa. Kwa hivyo tulitumia jina lako tukapewa mahali pa kukaa. Sio kitaka kufurahia. Sasa sisi wakina mama tuko mbele huko mbele. Vile umesikia huyu mwenzetu akisema ukienda pande ya Meru unakuta ndizi. Tunakula ndizi, tumelea watoto wetu na ndizi, mimi mwenyewe nimelewa na ndizi. Na ukikuja huko kwetu pia utapewa ndizi. La kuna maana na kuambia watu wa Meru County tumetoka katika giza. Kwa hivyo ukitembea Meru County, upitie pale Ndarene, upewe Kristi, upewa ni kununua. Ununue Kristi, uende ukikula. Kwa hivyo barikiweni sana.
So we are in Busia now, the last one.
Okay, thank you. Habari zenu tena. Mimi ninafurahia sana, tena niko na furaha kuu siku ya leo. Unaona hata akinipa kipasa sauti wa mwisho anajua sababu. Profesa tulitoka naye mbali, hata mahali nimefika sababu yake. Apart from mambo na bad addition, amenimenta kukuwa leader. Na nimekuwa leader mzuri kwa sababu alinimenta kuanza chini na nimefika mbali. So najivunia kupitia kwa mikononi mwake kukuwa leader. Nilianza kuwa leader wa chini na sasa ninasimamia nchi. Sio ni shukrani huu kutoka kwake. Na nimefika mpaka kimataifa. Profesa amefanya hata siku hizi ananiambia Florence umepanda ndege kunishinda sasa. Nimeenda nchi za nje na nimeenda nchi zingine. Na nimekuwa mwalimu sasa kwa West Africa, mimi ndio najaribu kubadilisha Afrika mzima yenye West Africa wanakuja benchmark kutoka kwetu how we came together na how we organized. So I'm very very proud for Professor Kabira vile aliniongoza na akanimenta na nikafika mahali niko. Sasa nikirudi kwa bad addition, hata ukiona hawa mama wanajivunia, ni wakati tunakaa na profesa tunaweza ongea mpaka saa 6 usiku. Ananiambia Florence, tutabadilisha maisha ya watoto wasichana na wamama namna gani? Namwambia tutabadilisha kwa njia hii. So hata ukiona hawa wamesimama hapa, ni siku moja tuliongea mpaka saa 8 usiku nikisema kwamba hawa mama wana bidhaa. Na wakiwa na bidhaa tutafanya aje wajue mambo na bad addition. Na akaniambia Florence, ninaenda kutafuta hiyo project. Na ninashukuru sana kunifanya vile nilikuitisha. Mjivunie kwa sababu tuliongea mpaka saa 8 ya usiku na ikaleta matunda. Another thing ninajivunia kwamba wakati tuliongea hiyo, pia ilifika wakati niliona kwamba Profesa alibadilisha hata maisha ya wafanyabiashara wa kuvuka mpaka. Kwa njia gani? Kwa njia ya kukuja na mambo na daycare, na wakakuja wakafadhili CCGD. Niliona alikuwa nani? Alikuwa hapa Grace wa CCGD. Hii group yetu ilianzishwa na Collaborative Center for Gender Development 2001 chini ya Profesa Kabira Busia, na hapo ndio tulikuja kutrainiwa mambo na custom union, na hapo tukatoka na mambo na custom union tukaenda mambo mpaka na simplified trade regime. So we are the pioneer and we are the mentor kwa mambo na East African community integration, that we know all the pillars. So that is why I'm ambassador, na pia niko ninaweza pigania rights za wakina mama wakati wanavuka mpaka, apart from value addition. Na saizi ametufunza, alitupata kama tumenunua mashamba zetu, tumeweka mashine zetu, lakini akaongeza mkono. Na sasa akaongeza mkono wake, na tuko na product zetu ziko kwa market, iko kwa shelf, zetu ziko kwa shelf na inaenda Europe. So thank you mama, may God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We are going to Masai land. Okay.
Amjambo wote. Mama oye. Tuko na furaha sana kusikia ya mashuhuda yote, lakini tuna furaha sana. Kwa majina naitwa Agnes Bennett, mimi ndio chair lady Masai Women Dairy Cooperative, na tumetoka mbali na tunashukuru sana kwa mbali huu ambao Mungu ametuleta. Siku ya leo tuko na furaha sana ambayo imesaidia sana wamama, hata kwa kaunti yetu wamama wameinuka sana kwa sababu ya kuuza maziwa. Tumejua kwamba Masika jana tulipata siri ya kwamba wamama tuko chini sana, tutafanya nini? Tutauza nini? Tukajua ya kwamba ile kitu tunaweza own as a women, as a lady in the county ni maziwa peke yake. So kaunti yetu maziwa yote ni ya wamama, na tukachukua hiyo hatua kupeleka hiyo maziwa kuuza, na tumeuza hiyo miaka yote, na tulikuwa tunafunga tu hata kama tumepata pesa, lakini miezi zingine zote ya mwaka na kiangazi kikija tunakaa bure. So University of Nairobi wakakuja wakatushika mkono tuende kufanya value addition, ambaye ni uono tulikuwa tunaye, lakini hatukuweza kufikia kwa sababu hatukuwa na njia yote ama hatukuwa na hiyo elimu. So wamekuja katika mkono, tukasomeshwa through KIA na Crown Trust, tukafundishwa sana mambo ya value addition, na tunashukuru sana mama, tunashukuru sana Wamenda Mwende amekuja katushika mkono, maana kuna wakati tuligive up kabisa tukasema hatuna la kufanya, lakini akakuja akatufundisha mpaka tukajua ya kwamba kweli hata hiyo tu lita 100 tunaweza fanya value addition. Mwende tunakushukuru sana kwa sababu kuna wakati tulifika tukasema tutaachana naye, lakini akatufundisha akatuambia inawezekana, is possible, inawezekana. Mpaka tuambia kwanza nyinyi mwende mzika as official, itafanya hii kazi. Na kwa hakika ametusaidia tumefanya hiyo kazi, na already tuko na factory saa hii processing plant ambayo tunafanya hiyo value addition. Tulikuja tumeshikwa na mkono tena na University of Nairobi, tukanunuliwa ingredients, tukafanywa tukapewa certification KIA. Sasa tuko na certificate yetu, tunauza maziwa yetu. Tuko na wakati 2022 tulienda kwa market kwa ndio tulikuwa tunaongelelea, tukajaribu kupeleka tu kidogo local exhibition account yetu, tukashikwa, tukakuwa frustrated, tukaenda kukaa. So tumeshukuru sana mama, tulikuja kushika mkono, tukafanywa na KIA, tukafuatilia kabisa KIA mpaka watu wa KEBS wakakuja wakatupea certificate. Sasa tuko na maziwa yetu hapa, tuko na Masai fresh. Na hivyo ukipata kwa market tafadhali nunua. Iko Masai fresh, tunafanya yogurt na mala, na tunafanya pasta milk. Tunaomba soko ya pasta milk, tuko na maziwa mingi lakini bado hatuna soko ya pasta milk. Ya mwisho nashukuru sana kwa sababu tumeshaona mengi na tunajua kwamba tumeshafundishwa kuna pesa ambayo inaweza saidia wamama kufanya biashara. Kama inapatikana, tunaomba tu tushike mkono na hii pesa kufanya biashara ili tuweze kuinua biashara ili iendelee, na Mungu awabariki sana.
We have Masai Kotili. But before that, That way, hers is a cooperative. The one she led. It has about 4,000 women, but they have never been able to lead the business because the milk comes to you at different times because of the milk, different times they close. By the time we started, they had closed and they had a bill or electricity bill of 74,000. So, but now with the second option of value addition, they are saying that they will even raise quotes so that because the quotes are more resistant to climate than the cows. So I think the strategies that we probably can make the factory continuous so that it is never closed. And it is a wonderful project. Thank God we have these other projects. Thank you. Now we'll go to Otili, which is also
Hamjambo wote, hamjambo wote. Yangu ni kushukuru sana katika ofisa wote wamekuja katika hii washa university. Mr. Kabila, Mrs. Kabila, tulikuwa tunamwita kule kwetu Mungu. Mungu ametupandisha, hatujui tutasemaje, ila ni Mungu tu ambariki. Nikushukuru sana katika siku ya leo. Na wale wote wametushikilia katika tuseme pale kwetu Otili Women Group na katika Masailand. Tukiongea juu ya Masailand kwa sababu mwenzetu ameongea sana, wakati huu maziwa imeanza kuwa kidogo, na ikiwa kidogo vile tumefundishwa value addition. Sasa tutaweza ile maziwa kidogo iko, tutaweza kuifaa na kuipack na kuuza ile kidogo iko. Lakini wacha niwaambie kitu moja, ile challenge wa mama tuko naye. Tunaambiagwa ng'ombe ni ya wazee, maziwa ndio yetu. Kwa hivyo saa ile atahamisha wamama tunabakia bila maziwa. Lakini saa hii katika university imetuonesha tunaweza kuwa na mbuzi. Mbuzi haijui kuhama kule kwetu, sio sana zihame, na ni mbuzi ya maziwa. Kwa hivyo tukiletewa mbuzi pale, na tutafanya bidii tuwe pamoja na university, na hata sisi wamama tujikakamue, hata sisi tuweze kuweka pesa yetu pale ndio tupate kuwa na mbuzi. Kwa hivyo tukiwa na hiyo mbuzi ya kukamua, hata hiyo maziwa tutaweza kupata, na ninajua tutaendelea sana. Kwa hivyo tunashukuru sana. Wale wadhamini wamekuwa na sisi, hakika msituachilie, kuweni pamoja na sisi, ile kidogo mmetupea.
Ingrid actually was their teacher. Please, just one word. Let them recognize you because you are in the company. Yeah. Do you remember this teacher? Those of you from... Yes. Do you remember her? Yes. Yeah. Okay, please.
Thank you very much, Madam PS. Kwanza kina mama, congratulations. Congratulations, Stella. We are happy. I have from KD, I have my team. Also the team of the team that was able to train all these enterprises that you were setting up at accessing technology supply from KD. It was a good selection. We want to pick up the leaders, Stella's job. The handholding that they've been able to do and the follow-ups, they have just been outstanding. We are grateful for the opportunity to partner to be able to deliver when it comes to industry, to deliver when it comes to entrepreneur support, and we are hoping that this program is not having violation. This program is going to expand to even touch the other areas of the country, so we are very grateful for the opportunity, and as we are here and ready and willing to continue with this purpose of making sure that the women enterprises are not only moving forward but taking their position when wakanyaga sawasawa. Hivyo ndio tulikuwa tunasema that he will deal with you. So I'm grateful. Karibu sana.
I'm saying you are the teacher. So the boss will be speaking during the official meeting. Okay. I don't want to come and just say hello. Make like
Thank you so much. I think mine is just to say thank you, Madam PS, and other guests who are here. My name is Joseph Ayeka. I work for Kenya Industrial Estates. And for Kenya Industrial Estates, we specialize in providing soft skill entrepreneurship training through soft skills. And I was able to interact with the group from Meru and Kajiado. And I'm very, very happy to work with the University of Nairobi. They engaged us. I know we had one or two challenges, but we were able to bring on board Sweet and Bright, who really supported us, especially in the technology transfer bit, which she was able to provide to the women. And today I'm happy to be here to witness the women graduating. And I'm also happy to hear the stories from other women groups, because for us as KI, we serve all the women countrywide, and by the nature of our work, we also interact with them in one way or the other in the counties, because we go to all the counties of Kenya, and I think in one way or the other we have interacted with the Busia, we have interacted with Kisumu, and even last year we interacted with the Kwale and Kilifi, and we are happy to work along with you. If there is any other program, please don't leave KI behind. We have a countrywide branch network, and we have the officers who are ready to support, and especially the women and youth. We are very, very much happy to support. I don't have my MD here, will give you the speech. Mine was only to say thank you, and I'm happy, Prof, to work with you and your team.
No, my job is over. If I've spent some of your time, I am surrendering my here because I have spoken. So you will receive a little bit of time.
And I'm asking somebody to put the podium in the middle so that our few people can speak from the podium. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you wave us so that we warm up? Are you feeling good that you're here? Yes. Oh, thank you. Our PS, Honorable Susan Mangi, Principal Secretary, the Department of MSME, the Development, our DVC, Finance, Planning and Development, representing our Vice Chancellor. We also have our Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences and Arts, is present with us. Professor Wanjiko Kabera, our team lead from WeHub. Can we also give her a big clap? You noted all the leaders of the group who have spoken here, they have recognized the role of Professor Wanjiko Kabera. Give her another big clap. We have Professor Aleche, Chair, Department of Economics. We also have partners from Kiridi, KIE, KBC, Melinda Gates Foundation. Have I mentioned Professor Mann, BBC, yes, and all the representatives from other partners. Good afternoon again. My name is Margaret Kobia. I work under Professor Kabera as a researcher in African Women Studies Center, and I'm very happy PS you found time to come. Once a public servant, always a public servant. So we are very happy to see you here. PS would really want you to award the certificates. We would also want you to take a photo. But I know you are also constrained with time a lot, and what has come out from this group as research, and I'm very happy that you guys gave highlights of what they have been doing. That was what is very, very important. And you can recognize these women are very clear in their mind what they want, as individuals and also as collectives in their groups. That is a huge empowerment through the University of Nairobi. And the University of Nairobi is part of government. And I'm just figuring out how your department will work very, very closely as in the university, especially research component, and at the same time, university becomes your resource, and also university benefit in really addressing the challenges, especially on economic development within the country. When the government succeeds, we all succeed. And we are very happy that you are able to be here with us. You have heard from these ladies all they want. The University of Nairobi has given them a stepping stone. They have already taken off. All they are looking from moving forward, and I think that's why we are very happy to have our partners here, Kiridi, KIA, the government, to grow and to put more money in their pockets. So PS, if you can help us work together so that this becomes an example, because they have been mentored. They have made a point that incubation matters. Incubation matters because they have been able to be, you can see how they have spoken with confidence. And when women have a voice, they can start anywhere and make a point and influence a decision making. Therefore, let's, Professor Kabera, although you had said you are not going to speak, I think I still want you to speak, even if it's 1 minute. But if you surrender it, I won't mind. Okay. Okay. Let me, because I know how the PS, I understand how he has to struggle with the time, but we want to be with her until we take the final photo. So at this point, let me ask the partners who are here, I will beg you to take like 2 minutes. Can I have Kiridi followed by KIE? And if you can go in front there so that one of you speak while the other one is waiting. Is Kiridi represented here? Please take up the podium. Thank you very much. Let me ask KIE. KIE is here. Please take the podium also. And there's a seat there. Melinda Gates Foundation, are you here? And also the KBC. So that I think you'll just be able to take 2 minutes to address us, especially because we have been very, very successful partners. So let's start with Kiriti. Please take your 2 minutes. I was thinking, Kayai, you are there? Yes, thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, OPS. We have honorable guests, all protocols observed. I want to thank you for the opportunity for us to be able to give just some of the highlights that we were able to achieve under this project at KD. My name is Ingrid Wekesa. I'm the Assistant Director for Technology Transfer and Extension Services, representing our Director General, Dr. Engineer Calvin Onyango, and he sends his greetings, his regards, and his apologies for not being able to make it to this particular meeting. I'm going to be able to mix just a little bit of Swahili and English, but very brief, 2 minutes, as Professor has been able to instruct us. Kazi ya KIRDI inakuanga kuhakikisha ya kuwa tunafanya kazi ya utafiti ya kuhakikisha teknolojia ambazo zinaweza kuenda kwa viwanda na kuhakikisha kuwa viwanda zinaweza kuimarika na kuhudumika vizuri. Katika hii program ya WeHub ambayo waliweza kuleta wanawake kuweza kupata mafunzo ya kiteknolojia, tuliweza kuwafundisha mambo mbalimbali. Umesikia kutoka vikundi ambavyo vinafanya mambo ya samaki. Kuna wale waliweza kufanya, kuna hizi vikundi za Busia Women Group, kuna small fish, na pia kuna Fire Queens. Waliweza kufundishwa maneno ya teknolojia, kufanya mambo ya product development, wakafundishwa pia mambo ya product diversification, wakafundishwa pia mambo ya kuhakikisha kuwa kuna ubora wa zile bidhaa ambazo ama zile products ambazo wanatengeneza. Product diversification ambayo iliweza kufanyika iliangazia mambo ya kutengeneza samaki ambao wamewekwa katika mambo ya fish sauce. Ile samaki unaweza kuichukua na unaikula pale ikiwa ready, yani tunaita ile ready to eat. Hiyo samaki imewekwa kwa sauce, kuna zingine ambazo zimewekwa kwa mafuta zikiwa sawa. Wakafundishwa mambo ya kuprocess, mambo ya good manufacturing practices, hazard analysis, critical control points, na kutengeneza bidhaa mbalimbali kama vile unga ambao uko na nutrition ile iko nzuri katika kuweza kuboresha afya ya wananchi. Pia pale waliweza kufundishwa mambo ya kama kawaida wa kufry zile samaki, kuanzia kwa folu kwenda kwa tilapia na hata kwenda kwa catfish, kutengeneza fish fillets na vile pia kuzikausha. Waliweza kuelezewa hiyo maeneo. Ambazo zingine ambazo zile tuliweza ku deal nazo ni groups ambazo zilikuwa zinaangalia mambo ya cassava na mambo ya cashew nut processing. Hizi groups tunaangalia mambo ya lunga, kuna ile nyingine iko na jina ngumu, mimi naitanga futsesezane, lakini kila saa kadogo ananiambia sijui kama leo nimeisema kwa usawa futsesezane. Alafu pia kuna lunga cross border women traders, na kuna ingine ambayo inaitwa wapatanisho. Hao waliangalia mambo ya value addition katika mambo ya cassava na mambo ya cashew nut processing. Products ambazo ziliweza kutengenezwa, tunaangalia mambo ya cassava flour, tunaangazia mambo ya composite flours. Composite flours ni zile unga ambazo zimechanganishwa kuhakikisha kuwa nutrition yake iko ya hali ya juu na iko sawa. Tukaangalia mambo ya baked products. Wakafundisha pia mambo ya value addition, kutengeneza crisps. Hizi products ambazo unaweza uza kwa urahisi kuweza kupata pesa kwa urahisi. Na pia mambo ya cashew nut processing, tujue kuwa cashew pekee haichukuliwi tu ikiwa pale hivyo roasted. Unaweza kuipatia ubora wa bidhaa zingine kama kuwa kutengeneza butter, na pia kutengeneza mambo mengine kama kutengeneza ikiwa roasted, ikiwa na value added products zikiwa tofauti kama kuweka seasoning, kuweka flavors, for example chili, lemon, na hata zingine vinegar, tomato na lemon, na waliweza kuishika vizuri. Katika ile mafunzo waliweza kupata, kwa sababu hii ni mambo ya kiwanda na unataka ile product yako iweze kuenda kufikia mwananchi ikiwa sawa, tunaangalia mambo ya good manufacturing practices, good hygiene practices, hazard analysis, critical control points, na pia kuna mambo ya kuformalize zile business zao ili waweze kutoka pale chini ya mti vile mliezewa na Madam Belinda, na waweze kupata opportunity ya kwenda mahali ambapo unaweza fanya processing yako ikiwa kwa usawa na kukubalika kulingana na mambo ya public health. Mambo pia ya product development, product standardization, diversification, yote iliweza kufanyika hapo hivyo, na wakaweza kupata vyeti kutoka Kenya Bureau of Standards. Mambo ya product packaging, labeling, pia hiyo waliweza kufundishwa, wakafundishwa usawa. Mambo ya kuangalia mambo ya innovation, ubunifu katika teknolojia, pia hiyo walioneshwa, wakaambiwa kuwa ukiweza kupata kitu ubunifu, hivi ndivyo unaweza kuipackage, hivi ndivyo unaweza kuenda kuapply, na hivi ndivyo unaweza enda kuiprotect huko. Hivyo kipi waliweza kupata hiyo mafunzo. Pia mambo ya product certification, walipata technical guidance na technical advisory katika hiyo sekta, na tuko na several KEBS marks zile waliweza kupata, groups zote ambazo ziliweza kuwa katika hiyo program. Kupatia hapo, tukaweza kupatiana kitu ambayo inaitwa technology incubation. Technology incubation ni mahali ambapo sasa unakuja unakuzwa, sababu hii ni mambo sasa tunaangalia wewe ni SME, uko bado unataka ile support ya kukuzwa kidogo ndio uweze bridge hiyo gap, usiweze kukufa ukiwa bado mchanga. Kutoka hapo tukaweza kuwapatia mambo tunaita access to common manufacturing facilities. Common manufacturing facilities ni zile mashine ama facility ambayo unaweza kukuja na product yako, una process na unatoka na finished product, kuhakikisha ya kwamba hata kama sazi bado hawajaweza kupata pesa ama hawajaweza kupata equipments za kutosha, bado wanaweza kuendelea na mambo ya processing for the purposes of market entry. Tunataka kushukuru sana WeHub, walitupatia enterprises ambazo ziko sawa, enterprises wale walikuwa willing kulearn, enterprises ambao walikuwa na maswali ya kuuliza, hawana uoga ya kuuliza maswali, waliuliza maswali wakaweza kupata majibu. Na tunataka tu kuwahimiza sasa, vile wame graduate hivi, hii si mwisho, hii ndio mwanzo. Wakuje waendelee kutumia facilities, wakuje waendelee kupata support, hatujawaachilia. Mkuje muendelea kupata support, tuwe pamoja katika hii mambo ambayo tunafanya, mambo ya kuboresha biashara zenu, na mtasimama mkue imara. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki na mkanyange sawa sawa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kiridi. Let's put our hands together and welcome KIE CEO.
Our Honorable PS, Professor Kabira, and your team, other honorable guests, good afternoon. Habari yenu, mko wazima? Wow, glad to see women doing great things. I thank God for being a woman this afternoon. Yes, watu wa Tharaka Nithi, mko wazima eh? Ndizi naona tunaipeleka mbali. I want to first appreciate the team that is with me. Mr. Yeko has already spoken. I have another colleague from Meru, the one who has been supporting us, Purity. Maybe you can stand and wave. Wow. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, let me say it is indeed a great honor to be part of this team this afternoon as we celebrate the graduation of our women. And I want to assure you, hata zile kampuni tunaona ni kubwa saa hii, walianza kama mbegu. What we have done is the seed, isn't it? And we really appreciate that. When I hear someone said that products sasa zinaenda mpaka France, what else are we looking for? We are only looking for opportunities to grow whatever we have planted. And we as KIE, a government institution, mandated to support manufacturing and value addition, you can be sure you have a sure partner. Sawa sawa. So ile process tumeanza, tunaenda mpaka tuende mbali kama wamama. Sawa sawa than us, because they are there, you don't need them much. But when we start adding value, then we also add value to the pockets of our moms and our sisters, our aunties, which is what we are called to do. And even from Kajiado, we have the milk. We are now making cheese, we are making mala, which has a longer shelf life compared to our fresh milk. And when the lady from Kajiado was presenting, she mentioned about the seasonality of milk. But you see, when you have your mala, it can last for longer. When you have your yogurt, your cheese, and even when you package your raw milk, you get more value from it. And this morning, as we were talking with the PS, she challenged me as the acting MD Kenya Industrial Estates that Actually, our question was, if I may just state a question, have you financed them? Purity, have you financed them? And I know she is in the process of organizing them for financing. And not only the ones who are here, but many of other women groups wenye tunajua. Refer them to KIE. We have a product specifically for the groups. We will finance you. I've had the need for machines. Thank you. I've had the need for packaging. I've had the need for additional materials. If we are to access a bigger market, please come to KIE, and I want to promise that we are going to support you. We'll support you in training. We'll give you the money that you need, and even in areas where we have workspace, because we also provide workspace, we will also be able to provide that. We need to elevate our industries from the local, ile tunajua ya hapa mashinani, tuipeleke majuu. Sini ukweli? Pia sisi tuwe ni watu wa kwenda ng'ambo. Sini ukweli? Tusionange ndege zinapita tu juu yetu. Sini ukweli? We also want to be in those planes as we take our products out there. And with those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I want to end it there. And Lily, thank you on behalf of KIE. The We Hub, particularly led by our professor, Prof. Wanjiko Kabiru, and the project manager, Rose Marete, all the women group leaderships that are here, we are really proud to be associated with you. And we look forward, because you are now not only a women group, you are now an entrepreneur with skills. We look forward to continued collaboration as you scale and commercialize the innovations that you've all been able to do for both jobs and wealth creation. We want to take everything to the next level, because then, unajua uzuri wa mama anabeba vitu mingi kwa mgongo. Umebeba maji hapa, mtoto wako kwa mgongo, hapa mbele umebeba kibeti, na wengine umeshika kwa mkono. Sini ukweli? We shall do all that and still grow our country. God bless you, and God bless each one of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, KIE. Give her another clap. And now we welcome Belinda Gates Foundation, which was a key partner, especially on funding. Joyce.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start by riding on the protocols that have already been set in terms of acknowledging our esteemed guests and our partners. And I want to also start by saying, hongera kina mama, leo ni siku yenu. Kina mama oye. Tumeona na tumesikia vile mmefanya, na tunaona meza iko pale. Mimi leo najendea nyumbani na mapochopocho. Asanteni sana, asanteni sana. Na ongera tena zaidi na zaidi. Coming back, I'd like to clear any confusion. Yes, I'm still part and parcel of this university, senior lecturer in Department of Economics and Development Studies. I'm only on study leave as I do this work. So, bado tuko pamoja kila pande. The last 5 years, the Gates Foundation started the Women Economic Empowerment Hubs here at the University of Nairobi and Kenyatta University for a very simple purpose. It was like an open check for research. Tell us what works for women economic empowerment. We don't know anything, just give us ideas. And the last 5 years, we've been learning what works to support women and what works to make the economy work for women. And University of Nairobi have just outdone ourselves. Let me see, we've done ourselves in this work. We have not only gone out there, done pilots, you've actually exceeded the expectation of the foundation. When we started, I remember the foundation was like, this is a research hub. We are not implementing projects, but you came up with such beautiful ideas, the foundation could not say no. You even started a child care center in Busia, right from scratch, rented properties, brought in women, children came, and you told us child care works. And because of you, we are already scaling up child care work in Tharaka Nithi, child care work in Machakos County. So you opened our eyes that child care works And we are no longer resisting in terms of investing in childcare. Thank you so much. And then you did it again. I remember when Professor came and talked to Radu, my boss, she told Radu, look here, we have been, in the last 1 year, we've been doing training women, we've been doing mentorship, and we want to do something more. We want to empower these women with something tangible. Please give us some seed money to invest in these women's businesses and to see what kind of mentorship, what strategies work to grow women enterprises and to have cottage industries all over Kenya, a pilot. And Radu could not say no. I remember he told me, Joy, this is not part of what we do, but I think that's an idea I cannot say no to. And I said, yeah, what can you say no to this? And today, here we are. We know that providing basic equipment, even moral support, and mentorship, not just in a classroom, but mentorship by a fellow woman entrepreneur, works to motivate, to empower women, and to guide them, and to help them develop their own enterprises. We know that value addition also works. So this is a learning that you are taking together with us. The foundation knows that they cannot work alone. You remember, it works on a project basis. But what the strategy of the foundation is to work with other partners so that as a foundation comes out of this work, others will come up. And I'd like to commend you for just what you've done, because that's exactly the vision that the foundation has, to support pilots like this ones. And to have the evidence that this really works, and to have partners like government doing exactly what she has done today. So we are all grateful. We've achieved a win-win, and I think the foundation money is a real investment in terms of showing what works and for motivating and influencing government to pick it up and to scale up. I hope that this call applies to other counties, and we are going to scale up this work. Thank you very much. I would like to stop there because of time. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joy, representing Belinda Gates Foundation. Can we put our hands together for all our partners? Thank you. I will request the partners now to come out of the podium and invite the CEO, Women Enterprise Fund, to come and give our remarks.
Thank you, Madam Kobia. Madam PS, my good friend Susan Mangi, all invited guests and our graduates, good morning. My name is Rachel Musyoki, the CEO Women Enterprise Fund. Na wengi wetu tunaijua kama WEF. Kina mama, hi. Kina mama, hi. Mimi ninasimama mbele yenu nikiwa na furaha zaidi. And I want to appreciate Nairobi University and all the partners who've made this possible. You have trained them, and now I'm ready to give you money. Nikiwapatia pesa, mutashindwa kutumia. Mumefundishwa, mumeelimika, mumewezeshwa. Sisi tuko hapa kushirikiana pamoja kuhakikisha tumewawezesha. Nairobi University, you've trained them. I have the money to give them. Langu ni swali kwenu tu. Mama Terry amesimama hapa akaongea na akatuambia pesa inapoletwa katika meza mgogoro unaanza. But now you've empowered. So hatutaki na hatutarajii kuona mgogoro. Lakini kuna jambo mnatushangaza sisi watu wa WEF. Madam PS, we are about to be offloaded to you. So we will come to you with our problems. When we give them money, kina mama, tunapowapa pesa, imefika saa ya kulipa. Mbona mnafunga nyumba, mnatuachia mzee? Mnatuachia tu deal na mzee aje na sisi tuliwapea nyinyi pesa. So I am very happy today because now we are dealing with the women who are empowered. And we had one of them say here, now she stands in a better place. She's able to keep capital aside, keep profit aside. And then I think with that, unaweza kujua ni pesa gani za kutumia, za kununua chakula kwa nyumba, na ni pesa gani unafaa kurudisha wakati umechukua deni. That is the most important thing. In WEF, we believe when you empower a woman, you empower a village, you empower a society, you empower the country. So we just want to tell you we will walk with you this journey. I am here with my officer, Judy, who has contacts for all our constituencies. Women Enterprise Fund is in the entire country. We have officers in each constituency. And we fund women groups which have been registered with social services, groups which have existed for 3 months. And we fund 100,000. When that 100,000 is paid back, we pay we fund again 350. When that 350 is paid, we fund again 500,000. When that 500,000 is paid back, we fund 750. Very affordable. Interest is only charged once of 6%. Then you are given a time frame to pay back the money. Madam PS, we have groups which have done very well using these monies. We have a group in Mombasa, Mtwapa, called Bariki. Na ninashukuru nimesikia kuna group ya kutoka Kilifi. Wako wapi wale watu wa Kilifi? Mimi ni mtoto wenu, mimi ni msichana wenu, mimi ni dada yenu. Born and raised in Kilifi from a village, a ward called Mariakani. Nafikiri mnaifahamu. Sasa munishike mkono vizuri na tunawaomba nyinyi makundi 9, the groups which have been empowered that are our graduates today. You are our ambassadors. When you go out there, pass the good word that you've had, you've been trained, you know the partners, and WEF is here to support you. Mimi singependa nichukue muda wenu mwingi, yangu ni kuwashukuru. Muende mkawe kielelezo katika familia zenu, katika vijiji mnavotoka. There's a lady from Kisumu who told me she's even said it here that they have employed 50 people. So now you are job creators. Madam PS, bring us together as stakeholders so that we are able to support these women. We have NGAF, National Government Affirmative Action Fund, which is a grant. Let this grant go to those that are not able to take loans and pay back. But then we have groups which want these monies that they can pay back. We also do market linkages. We have established a unit in our organization whereby we are now looking at the groups which have done better and link them to markets. Apart from empowering our groups on financial literacy, we also now want to visit and see those groups that have done well and help them package their products, sell their products on social media, because the world is evolving and we must change as the world changes. Ikiwa watu wanaweka bidhaa zao katika mtandao, kwa nini nyinyi msiweke? Si ndio? Mtashindwa kuweka bidhaa kwa mitandao? We've been told here by the people who took you through, you are taught to do these things. Kwa hivyo sisi tutashirikiana na nyinyi. Mutapewa namba za maofisa wetu na Judy amekuja na hiyo list ili tuweze kuzidi kuwashika mkono. Safari hii isiishie hapa, tutazidi kutembea pamoja kuinua jamii and improving livelihood. Thank you very much. May God bless you.
Thank you very much, CEO Women Enterprise Fund, which is very, very much well known and a big supporter. Our chief guest, a day of graduation, It's a day of celebration. It's also a day of accountability. The government of Kenya gave us these ladies and others to train, to take them through incubation. So we are celebrating the finishing, and they have finished strong, but also we are celebrating accountability. Our chief guest allowed me to request all the people, because NWS is a multidisciplinary research center. The teams that work there are here today. Please, wherever you are, stand so that you are recognized by our guests and also our other graduates. Please stand if you work for NWC in any capacity. Make it quick because we don't have a lot of time. And there they are. Please, let's give them a clap. This is the team that is led by Professor Kabera, coordinated by Professor Kabera, of course, representing the VC, so that the mandate of NWC supports the mandate of the university, the mandate of the government. So without taking more time, please have your seat, my colleagues. Let me invite now on stage, because now we are inviting our chief guest, PS Susan Mangi. Let me have representative of the DVC Finance, that is Professor Maina. Please come on stage. I think all of you are going to be on stage. Then we have our Dean, Professor Jaco Dhiambo. Please come on stage. And also we will have DVC Malu, who is representing our Vice Chancellor. Please come on stage so that you are going to speak in that order. And the PS, if she pleases, she can come up, or she, so that we just all finish with you in giving you a keynote address. You can come. We will start with the deans, and then will be followed by DVC Finance, and then thereafter DVC representing the VC.
Advice on seating arrangements. Yeah. Advise them on seating arrangements.
Yes, would you like to sit here?
Okay. Honorable PS Susan Mangi, it's from the State Department of Medium and Small Enterprises Development. The Professor Chesang Hutchinson, here represented by Professor Malu, DVC Finance. Professor Mula, represented here by Professor Wagacha, who is the Director, Innovation. Professor Kabira, Professor Kobia, the partners who have spoken. First, you have come to where you have come is within the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences. So it's my obligation to welcome the PC as well as the others to this great event. It's a great honor for us to see kuona wanawake ambao wamepata macheti, certificates. Kiswahili sio nzuri sana bado. We are learning. But it's an honor, and we are really happy to see them. I'm also proud to consider how I also participated with Professor Kabira at the beginning of this initiative, and it's wonderful to see how Professor Kabira has taken the let's call it the vision of Belinda and Gates Foundation, and applied it to the needs of our country. And in that way, in a way, she has given it somehow a new vision. And in this way, she's able to develop enterprises, develop things. For this, I think we should appreciate Professor Kabira very much. Now, since it's a mainly women event and men don't talk very much, may I therefore invite the representative of the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Extension to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean. Our chief guest, Madam PS, Professor Maru, our DVC, Professor Kobia, Professor Kabira, our distinguished graduates, our partners, the mentors, and everybody involved in this event. Good afternoon. Mutaniruhusu kwanza niseme hongera kwa our very beautiful ladies for this milestone. Najua siku ya leo mnahitimu. Kwa hivyo tunasema congratulations to you. And of course, as the University of Nairobi, we are very, very proud to be associated with this program. So, you are not celebrating. Thank you very much. I'm here to represent Professor Francis Mura, the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Research, Innovation, and Enterprise. And as you can hear from that, we have two directorates. Number one is the Directorate of Research, and then the Directorate of Innovation that I head. And so when I look at this program, it fits perfectly well in the mandate of our division, the Division of Research, Innovation, and Enterprise. Now, leo, we are celebrating a success story. Actually, I was among the people who came here very early. And when I heard the ladies, the various groups, I think from the 9 counties, outline what they have done and what they have been able to achieve. Actually, it was a challenge. And Professor Kabira and your team, I think this is a very, very proud moment, because as a division, we have been focusing on issues of innovation and commercialization. And the University of Nairobi is doing a lot of innovation. But we get a challenge with commercialization of those innovations. So when I hear our women groups, that you have products that you have taken to supermarkets. My friend Florence, and I was very happy to meet Florence from Busia. We have done some work with her at a Trademark Africa, that you are exporting some products to France. I mean, this is actually a success story and a very proud moment. Professor Kabira and your team, we are very proud of what you have been able to achieve. And for sure, we would want to strengthen that partnership. I'll be reaching out to you as the Director of Innovation, just to see what lessons that we can learn. I'm very happy also to meet the CEO of the Women Enterprise Fund. We are friends with one of your officers, Judith, and that's an opportunity for these groups. See how you can utilize this opportunity, because we have people who can fund these women groups so that you commercialize but also upscale. And I think that is the dream that the program has for upscaling. And because I don't want to talk much, we have the chief guest. Let me add by inviting Professor Kabira, your center, and our PS, please. I want to invite you, extend a sincere invitation. From the 21st to 24th of October, we have what we call the University of Nairobi Research and Innovation Week, running from 21st to 24th of October. And through your center and through the ministry, we want to extend a warm invitation so that you can come and participate in that event where we showcase innovations. And what you have done is great, and we want these innovations to be exhibited during that day. Otherwise, asanteni sana. Today I have a great honor to invite the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, today represented by Professor Jackson Maaru. So, Prof, karibu.
Thank you very much, Professor Wagasha, representing the DVC Research, Innovation and Enterprise. Good day, is it afternoon yet? Good afternoon all. I'm Jambo. Thank you very much. I want to be very specific. I am coming in, I was standing here to represent the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, from where you are graduating today. The Vice Chancellor is none other than Professor Margaret Jesang Hutchinson, a fellow lady to you graduates. Isn't that an achievement? Women empowerment is not just about, it's not just about small things, it's also about big things. And this university is proudly led by a woman that is in the name of Professor Hutchinson, and we are really proud of that achievement by itself. Allow me kindly to read her statement. She would have loved to be here with you today to celebrate this, but she has been called for an urgent commitment at the Treasury, and therefore she had to rush there. However, she left me with her comments, which I want to briefly read, and also make my observations at the end. Incidentally, my name is Professor Maalu. I'm a professor of entrepreneurship in the University of Nairobi. I teach entrepreneurship and innovation. I've been in the sector for quite some time, I think upwards of 35 years. Professor Margaret, Kobia, we actually went through the same program. I wouldn't say which years, but yes, that's quite some time ago, and she was quite surprised how we reconnected this morning. Rachel Musioki, I think you know, it's a long story. So I want to welcome you all to the University of Nairobi, and proudly say that the university is really proud to be associated with this program. As a university, we pride ourselves in our mandate to be a premier institution of higher learning, research and innovation that serves to catalyze intellectual growth and societal transformation. This mandate is achieved through teaching, learning, research, and most important, through innovation, consultancy, and community service. Any program that focuses or that touches on community service is indeed a part of our core mandate. The women-focused business incubation is one of the university's impactful change and development in our country, aligning with the macroeconomic stability and socioeconomic pillars of the Vision 2030. I am happy to note that the women collectives are drawn from 9 counties, including Kilifi, Kwale, Kajiado, Kitui, Tharaka Nithi, Meru, Kisumu, Busia, and Turkana counties, which demonstrate the university's commitment to utilizing research for community development. The University of Nairobi recognizes the African Women Studies Center, interdisciplinary collaboration and innovation. The center has been a vanguard of gender scholarship, challenging conventions and crafting new frameworks for understanding women's economic participation. It is the AWS's We Hub active engagement in collaboration with various stakeholders, including government agencies, private sector entities, and international partners, that we have advanced development. Our implementing partners, including the Kenya Industrial Estates, the Kenya Industrial Research and Development Institute, KIRIDI, our very own Environmental and Biosystems Engineering Department, the Crown Trust, and Sweet and Dried have offered intensive training and technology transfer on value addition for the various food and food value chains, as it was demonstrated this morning. What we are witnessing here is no ordinary graduation. It is the fulfillment of our institution's highest calling, where rigorous scholarship meets resilient entrepreneurship, and data becomes action, and research transcends papers to empower lives. As we applaud these remarkable women, we honor the intellectual tradition that made this possible. Their journey from the cassava farms of Kilifi to the fish markets of Kisumu mirrors our university's own journey, one of relentless inquiry, innovation, and impact. Ladies and gentlemen, true to the highest standards of participatory research, the WeHub's researchers chose to observe from offices, not to observe from offices, but instead walked alongside these women, entrepreneurs, co-creating the solutions while documenting challenges in real time. The value addition training by KIRIDI and KIE, among others, represented more than a technical upscaling, but a textbook case of academic industry synergy, where laboratory research meets at scene of production. These collectives' journeys mirror the very essence of the Nairobi Innovation Week, where ideas transition from prototype to production lines. And I think the Director of Innovation has already extended an invitation to all of you to participate in this university's event. The omena from Lake Victoria and banana crisps from Meru are not just products. They are intellectual property birthed through academic scaffolding. We cannot forget that behind every data point celebrating this collective success stands the relentless scholarship of Professor Wanjiku Kabira, the WeHub team that engineered an exceptional model, a model that advances SDG 5 on gender equality, SDG 8 through proven decent work models, and SDG 9 via its innovation in small-scale industrialization. The hub's sunset in July 2025 is not an end, but a starting point for School of Business to explore scaling economics, our engineering faculty to adapt processing technologies, and our law campus to study intellectual property protection for communal innovations. Ladies and gentlemen, the collective certificates might bear today's date, but their impact on scholarly practice is just beginning. The WeHub's work has illuminated critical pathways for women's economic empowerment while revealing new frontiers of scholarly inquiry. How do we quantify the ripple effects of women's collectives on intergenerational poverty? What governance models best sustain grassroots innovation ecosystems? Therefore, with immense institutional pride and profound respect for the scholarly rigor that brought us here today, I formally declare this graduation ceremony of our women's business collectives duly convened. May the certificates we award serve not merely as commemorations of skills acquired, but as enduring testaments to the University of Nairobi's living mission of transformation in communities. That is the speech of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Margaret Hutchinson. Kindly allow me now to end that with my own brief observations. The fact that issues of grassroots economics, whether you refer to grassroots economics, grassroots business, is no longer just a model, but it is a basis of new economic paradigm, profiting from the bottom of the pyramid. Those of us in business and in strategy will tell you that some of the very big corporations today actually started by profiting from the bottom of the pyramid. The innovations by the women today is a beginning of big transformations that we are likely to see. I like to cite the example of our darling bank, the Equity Bank. Those of you who know the story of Equity Bank, it started as an MFI, a microfinance institution, working with the very lowest. And today, Equity Bank has really changed the paradigm in terms of how banking is done. I can tell you, I remember personal experience where, banks in Kenya started to focus on what they called the high net worth clients. And therefore, you would walk into a bank and you are told your account has been moved because your monies are too small. You have been pushed to some inconsequential branch somewhere. And then they would only focus on the big clients. But then they did not realize that it is these small clients that can actually be grown and become a huge market. So I think that vision to me is still very clear in my mind, that focusing at the grassroots, the cottage industries, is the beginning of building our industrial, our industry in Kenya and transforming our industrial story. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And I take this privilege to invite our guest of honor, the PS, Madam Susan, to come and speak. Thank you.
Thank you. You may be seated. Professor Malu, DVC, representing the Vice Chancellor of this great university, the University of Nairobi. And professors were here, including the faculty head, my Faculty of Arts and Social Science here, Professor Wagacha, the celebrant of today, Professor Wanjiku Kabira. May you live long. And our very able sister whom we look upon in the public service, Professor Kobia. I know there are very many professors in this room. And I came with a speech. Unfortunately, I'm not allowed to read my speech before my professors. So I will just share a few insights. You know why I have to do that? Is because the problem with speaking before your teachers, and especially professors, and especially when you're still in that journey, to also to be called a doctor or a professor, is that they could be silently assessing your thesis. and they can become prejudiced, so I don't want to go through that. I really want next time when I come here, they emphatically call me Doctor or Professor Mangeni. Clap for me. But of course, I also know that we now, the recognition of prior learning policy. Some of us, we can now go through that shortcut very soon. Professors here and acquire those titles. And our women here, allow me to say congratulations, ladies. Because you have not just graduated, but you are graduating from the University of Nairobi. It's not any other university. You see, they say a degree is just but this degree certificate is just but a paper. What matters is the institution. And you can see that the journey that you've walked through, the 2.5 years journey of incubation, you've had the privilege of benefiting from the knowledge of the top professors, people who are dedicated. And so don't take that for granted. And because of that, and in the spirit of RPL, these ladies, we need to see how we can use them, how we can harness the skills and the knowledge so that they can go and transfer at the grassroots. So the certificate which we are giving you today, they are not just certificate of participation. I'm very eager to see if they are written on participation. If that's the case, we may have to recall them. But actually, these are experts now in business, modeling, in those cottage industry, and specifically for those various value chains. We've been told about banana, we've been told about dairy, we've been told about fish, blue economy, we've been told about poultry, we've been told about edible oils, groundnuts, and all those. Those are very key value chain in our economy today as we speak. So now, this knowledge can only be meaningful and can only help us to build an ecosystem if we find a way of cascading this to the grassroots, the majority of women who did not have the opportunity and the privilege to join this class. So if we need to put a meaning to those certificates, so when they go say they are TOTs, isn't it? They are trainers of trainers. They now become business development service provider, because knowledge is everything. And thank you very much for your time, because it's also not easy. Professors here will tell you, many students sign up for classes, but it takes dedication, and a lot of hard work and a lot of things to stay through that class, isn't it? We start many, but we graduate very few. I do not know if that was the experience, Professor Kabira, but I believe like any other learning space, it could have been the experience. So first of all, congratulations for having just demonstrated the willingness to undertake this program. It's very important than anything else, just that will, the strong will that you demonstrated, because you made even the work easier for the professors here and all the teachers that took you through this program. So like I said, I will disappoint my team because I will not read the speech and I may not go by the flow which they wanted me to go by. Because you can see here at this high table, I'm the only one who is madam. Yeah. Everybody is a doctor or a prof. So you chew what you can swallow. But also, I want to commend this great institution. I'm an alumni here. I did here my first degree. I've done here my second degree. And of course, I look forward to also do here my PhD, maybe very soon, depending on how we are going to discuss with them. Yeah, but you see, this program coincides very well with the time when the current administration came into the office. And all of us know that our development approach is the bottom up. It's bottom up, isn't it? So we flipped a little bit our approach from top down and say, for us to achieve economic growth and development, we needed to reorganize the economic participation, put more efforts, resources, time, and everything at the bottom of the economic pyramid, where most women and young people and the most vulnerable reside. A lot of time when you talk about grassroots, when you talk about the bottom of the economic pyramid, people tend to think that that's one space where there is, in quotes, and I said in quotes, primitivity, where people do not know what needs to happen. And that is usually a very wrong perception, because that is where we have everything, where we have great potential. We have people who have, over the years, demonstrated resilience, adopted certain practices to overcome most challenges. We have knowledge, especially indigenous knowledge, that is untapped, that is unexplored yet, even to be explored there. We have massive opportunities, and God is usually grateful to all of us, especially when it comes to climate. You have very good soil, to undertake through agricultural productivity being the backbone of our economy. So we have many things happening there. We have energy, we have very good workforce. So we have right attitude, the right mindset. So what people usually lack are just what I call connectors, connection. How we enable them to exploit the opportunities and great potential around them so that they can generate economic value out of it. And this is what informed our bottom-up economic transformation agenda, because we recognize that there is no corner of this country that has no value. And there is no Kenyan citizen who has no value. And so there is no corner. Everywhere we go, there is some value attached to that. Every citizen, every human being has got their own value. So it's just a question of how do you organize this? How do we enable them so that then they can maximize the potentials around them? And we know if we did that, if we begin addressing our economic growth organizing from where it matters, from where we have a rich resource, and especially when it comes to women who have everything. I know when Professor Kobia was saying, women, and then say men do not feel bad. I mean, it just goes without saying that if you must not leave anyone behind, you take a woman first. Are we together? Do you get that? If you must not leave anyone, you take a woman? Yes. And everybody else will do what? Now, let me contextualize this a little bit. In our home, let's say in a family home where you have the man of the house, the woman of the house, then you have children, and you have everybody else. When it's approaching lunchtime, where do people direct eyes? To the woman. Even if children were playing with the man of the house, playing those games and everything, lunchtime, everybody start moving towards and even the man of the house start looking at, isn't it? Isn't it? Yeah, so again, a quick quiz is that today, if you have a man and a woman, and you give them 100 shilling each, just give them 100 bob, 100 bob. Then all factors remain constant. There is no unga in that home, in that house. There is no mboga. There is no cooking oil. There is nothing. But you give them the number of people in that household to feed and tell them you must provide breakfast, lunch, and supper. You say the two of you, on your marks, get ready, let's go. Who will provide food? Isn't that the truth? What will a man do? Will disappear. And you know how the woman will, and let me tell you how. God made women in a very special way. They know how to establish crucial networks. their social capital is so high that men cannot compete with us. With 100 shillings, I can go to my neighbor and ask my neighbor, show me where nitachuna mboga. Si ni kweli? Mwanaume utaenda kuinama kwa shamba mtu chune mboga. What will they say? So utapigwa. But you see, and also feed what? Supper. A man will not do that. The best that they can do, manani mekuwa mbaya, ataenda kule, ama anze kujikuna hapa. That's why you see nowadays they are very good. Look so nice, isn't it? Because maisha anajiongelesha peke yake. So what we are saying, and it did not just happen. This is how we're designed. Women have got very high social capital that help them to solve solutions. And it's this social capital that we want to tap. And see then how does this now help us to address all these issues, poverty alleviation, to grow that culture of entrepreneurship. Thank you, Professor Kabira. The greatest thank you we can give you is to make sure that this initiative does not just remain a one-off initiative. That this should be continuous. That every after 2 years I was asking some of the people who work in your office, so when is the next intake? I've actually asked, Professor Kobia, when is the next intake? And I asked also, what was the total budget of this project? And I was told I want to thank the Melinda and Gates Foundation and say, Melinda and Gates Foundation say thank you very much, but it doesn't have to end here. It does not have to end here. And I also want to say this and to direct as such, that now you've done your part. So all these 12 groups, now give it to me. And maybe just request the acting MD of KI to stand up. You know, one of our functional mandates as KI is to grow industries and more so to support cottage industries. The University of Nairobi, through the WE and the Melinda Gates Foundation, have done their part. And I know you also participated in this process, so this is something that you know. And I can see the project had a small element of seed capital, which have brought them to where they are and training. So from now henceforth, there's nothing more you're going to look for. I know we have credit facilities that we give from about even for groups, even 500,000. And I want to direct at least that all these groups now, from here, by the end of next month, make sure you go assess and each group give them a 500,000 as a credit to begin from there. So that they start from there. And because they're doing incubation, you will have lent the money, and the KIE interest is only 10% per annum, and on a reducing balance. So I think let's grow, so that from there they grow, and they can give up to 20 million. So if you grow as you expand your market. Let's see what you can do. We've seen what you've been able to do with that level of financing, isn't it? Now, I think if we can give them that 500,000, that credit, and now we incubate them properly, we scale them up, they will grow. So thank you so much. And she knows she has to do that, and you're a fellow woman, so make sure you deliver that. And I think we should be able to deliver. And why we should even deliver, these are cottage industries. These are our industrialists right now. But they have created jobs. There's a lady who talked about fire what? Fire queens. People are creating jobs. massive jobs. And so we need to support them so that they can now create more secure and sustainable jobs. So you have me. So me now, I become your patron outside there. Because when we are being graduated, we are told we have given power, isn't it? Outside there, to go and do everything that can be done. So now, professors here, and especially her leadership, has done everything that needs to be done. So uko nje, sasa kujeni muna hustle na mimi hapo, si ndio? So that now, professor, you can take in a new group. Secondly, on the new group, the Women Enterprise Fund, you are here. You can stand up so that they know. KIE also, and there are very, very many agencies that we have who are doing catalytic fund. Now, you can see how much we can gain if we just exploit partnership with universities. So that part of funding that we usually allocate for capacity building, because I know all of us, we do capacity building. If some of that money we can direct and partner with we today, they can do this for us. Because I've also looked at the budget and I'm seeing it had a total budget was almost 20 million, right? Am I around? Yeah, total is seed capital. But for the skilling, everything, capacity building, yeah, that part is what I'm looking for. Oh, fine, let's say 20 million. So these two wonderful ladies here, you know, these they preside over budgets. All we are just trying to do is how to redeploy those budgets. So you work with the University of Nairobi. Imagine being trained at such a higher learning institution. You know, even, have you seen the motivation? Have you seen how women have said, I couldn't even express myself. But if you go to University of Nairobi, my friend, the name itself pushes you just to express yourself. Isn't it? Mama, hi. And from today onwards, when you go outside, they say, hey, I'm a graduate of University of class of 20. Even the one I introduce. And the good thing, nobody will ask you, which faculty? Waambie. Faculty of Arts, sindio? And Social? Umeelewa hii maneno? So when you are going to pitch and in that deal room, usiende pole pole, mimi nauze, my friend, talk as if you are like a graduate of University of? Proper university. Si ati wapi, you know, tunaelewana. So you see, imagine leveraging on that. It's a very good platform. So we need to rethink so that we see how do we start partnering with learning institution, and we can also encourage them to introduce short-term courses so that we come in from time to time, you know, to enhance our skills. Because I will tell you, capacity building is not a one-off. And to our donors, capacity building is not a one-off. It's like nurturing a baby. And let me use that analogy of a baby because I'm a mother. Most of us here, we are mothers, if not all. Even these who call themselves men. It's also when you're taking care, it's also still motherhood. They're part of the process, isn't it? And so they say businesses go under within the 5 years, isn't it? They have high mortality within the first 5 years. In fact, nowadays they don't even hit 5 years, around the 3 years of establishment. But equally as mothers, where do we experience high child mortality? within the same, isn't it? But what do we do to prevent that? Immunization. Don't we do those things? If you hear polio, you don't even want to ask so many questions. You take your child. Vaccination, regular clinic visits, isn't it? And every mother does that. We become so cautious on the kind of diet that we give our children, isn't it? So that they can overcome. It is the same care and treatment that we need to give to business. Unfortunately, you cannot just take your child to clinic once you have that BCG, you know, that BCG thing, and then you say, now my child is okay. No. You have to keep on caring for that child. And this is the kind of care, tender care, that also businesses require. So it's a process. So it's not something that we've done one-off and we say, hey, that you are now an expert. No. Because every time, now I've seen women who say they want to access global market. But also there is a capacity needed. Capacity requirement to access global market. And even information. So we need to increase our frequency of talking to these women today. This should not be the end. We need to see how to visit them from time to time, work with them, and make sure they grow their businesses. And I think University of Nairobi, I'm so humbled because at least you're one of those institutions that has aligned with the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda. And through this project, we can say we are one institution that has started implementation. But also, why I'm also happy with this institution is that you have decided that you not just be preaching water and taking wine, right? And you have also decided that everything you've been telling us, you also want to put it into action. Because a lot of time we've received criticism that we teach what is not required in the market, isn't it? Or we teach what cannot be done. But you see, today's session of this graduation demonstrates that everything that you teach in theories is doable. So we congratulate you for that, and we want to encourage you that we continue in that direction. And also, even as we now want to take cue from you and reach out to other universities and see how they can open up these teaching halls for women, for our young people at the bottom of the economic pyramid. Didn't you love it? I know most of you have got children maybe who have gone through this. How does it feel? Si mko sawa? Mkirudi mnaambia kijana yenyu ama watoto wenyu, you know, even us, we graduated. So, you know, isn't it? So you can do that academic work. Did they tell you how they work? Academically, you know, you work, You usikuje hivi academic work. There's that academic work. And maybe next time tutafutilie zile tukofia. Sasa tuna graduate Professor Kabiria. Tuna graduate bila tukofia. Kama kindergartens wanavaa kofia, mbona msituvalishe kofia? One very important announcement I want to make so that you can note it down and save the date. That from November 1st to 10th, we are privileged as a country to host the 25th East African Community MSME Trade Fair. Mesikia maneno? And it will be MSME Trade Fair. It will be here in Nairobi. It will bring on board MSMEs from across the 8 member states. Last year we were in South Sudan. This helps us even to, I saw the women in cross-border trade. So we were in South Sudan last year in Juba for the first time. And contrary to the notions of insecurity, in the 3 years that I will say I'll be doing this event, now this will be the 4th one. Ever since I came to the office, I will say that that trade fair was so amazing and impactful. All these stories you hear, oh, in South Sudan, there is insecurity. Nothing happened to our traders. They went there. They got introduced to the market, the wider market. They came back with orders, and a lot of them are doing amazing job, amazing work there. So we came up with this platform. It's usually almost a 10-day period. You'll get an opportunity to exhibit what you have and make sure you also produce more. Because usually a very huge market there, people coming from all over. But you also get to establish linkages and network with everybody else across the region. Last week I was in an event organized by Global Somali, and Ambassador said, hey, this time round, we want to come big. So good people, make sure you also mobilize yourself in big number, and we'll be reaching out to you to give you more information on how you can register to exhibit. It will be here in Nairobi. So such opportunities, you need to take advantage of them, and I know even in COMESA, those kind of platform. But most importantly, you know, His Excellency the President is the chair right now of the community, and we promised when we went there that because he has given a renewed attention, the highest political goodwill to the MSME sector, that we want to make that trade fair look a little bit. We promised to re-engineer. So then they say, PS, you know, you've said you can make this thing better. Now you host. So you people do not let me down. Bring your high value products, because we want to show the world that we are not just an economic hub, but we truly are an economic hub for yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Good news also is that the International Trade Center that facilitates small businesses across the world, you know, and also which hosts organization that does trade promotion, have also selected Kenya as their regional headquarters. Do you know what that means? International Trade Center, they're now going to set up a regional headquarters here in Nairobi. And they've also had some good news, of course, happening. We are yet to see the confirmation. But Panapo Moshi Komo, they've said the UN headquarters is most likely coming to Kenya. What a moment to have been alive in Kenya, isn't it? Do you know what that means? It is about trade. Do you know what that means? All these opportunities are going to expand our market. People are going to eat your banana. People are going to eat omena. 2023, when I went to South Korea, and I was shocked that this omena, and you can be mimi sikulangi omena, in that ministerial meeting, and who the keynote speaker was, the former Secretary General of UN, Ban Ki-moon. Do you see, how do you call them? You call them starters, women. Do you know Mena was there also being served as a starter? So me, I looked back. I remember even tweeting saying, now our people back home, hatukulangi omena. And South Korea, which is miles and miles away, they are serving nani alitroga. Are we seeing that? So we have traditional value chain, food value chain that are needed outside there. So whatever you discussed, that's what will give you money. Are you saying that? So there's quite a lot of opportunities. So when these institutions come to our midst, they create opportunities for capacity building, opportunities for affordable financing, opportunities for industrialization growth. They create quite a number of opportunities. The third announcement, so I want you people to prepare. The third announcement is that for professors here now, this is for the University of Nairobi, is that the format of the trade fair is usually that ESC trade fair, that every day you have symposium. Unfortunately, we've not been seeing traction from the academia and the research institution and industry coming there, because these MSMEs have got very unique ideas, innovations. You see? So this time round we've said, working closely with the Africa AFCFTA and many of those institutions ITC, that we want to host very high level dialogue, structured dialogue. Those 10 days, every day we'll have a very unique dialogue where we want to bring together the players of the ecosystem, and more so focusing on our academia. You know, you need to come there, see how do we scale up the ideas that coming from our MSME. And also we'll have conversation from the players within the financial institution, so that together we can see how do we unlock funding. You know, right now we also being faced with challenges of digital transformation. Sino kweli? So how do we digitize our MSMEs, especially women who are facing the high digital divide, but as well as also seeing how do we transition to green economy, the green transition. That's where opportunities are. So we will request that, because of course now I'm biased, you are my university, they have to be good, to give back home, that you need to take up that challenge. We're going to write to you officially so that we sit down with our technical team which are organizing this. We want to make a remarkable, remarkable trade fair that will give us solutions which can be tabled during the summit of the heads of state. You know, sometimes we just talk and nothing gets to be done. But so we'll be reaching out to you, and then of course you can bring the others on board and see how we move on. But then as I near towards the end, KIPES. And when I was invited, I said I would create time. I was worried because probably I would have been away. But what really pulled me into this meeting, in each and every county, so far we have about 13 of them which have really progressed well. And but those counties, as opposed to promote industrialization, they will offer primary aggregation of your value-added producers, but then we hope that we can be able to create jobs. The challenge is going to be one. Who is going to be manufacturer in those KIPES? People of Busia, I saw you are shining here, and I don't know. It's because I come from Busia, I do not know. But you're really very active here. I don't know if it's a strategy of professor. You know, they're very active. But if you look at, like Busia, we have Nasewa Industrial Park, which has got 3 things in one. Number one, it has the KIPE, which will act like any other county has a KIPE. It has EPZ, and within it also we have special economic zone. But who will be there? Who are the investors? The investors are you people, Kina Florence. So you see, right now we have progress. You need to run very fast with that group of viewers. That's why I say KI needs to help you and the rest. You go and make sure you reserve a space in those counties, so that when foreign investors come, there is no investors who can come where there are no local. So this program is good. It's also helping us to prepare local investors. Let's clap for Professor. Because of cottage industries now, we need to scale them up to those parks. And this program is, the parks are everywhere. So I think, even if there was nothing more to persuade you, Doreen, Madam Doreen, to finance them, because KI is going to anchor the implementation, commercialization of those parks. Please start with these women, support them. Maybe lastly, let me also just say that one of our programs through Micro Small Enterprise Authority, and one of the key programs is formalization. I've been asking here how you are formalized. I've been told you are moving away from the welfare model, and let's clap for you. So most of you are either circles, cooperatives, but I also want to encourage you that you have been able to, as a government, ever since we came into office, to ease the formalization process, so that then we can give you an opportunity to trade, and more importantly, to trade with government, because it's the largest market. So MCEA does register associations. Previously, you needed to have a minimum of 35 to register as an association. And it registers association of business people. You know, business people who enterprises. So, but we have reviewed that and we reduced to 5. You don't need to struggle with very many numbers you see in groups. You know, sometimes even whipping 20, 30 people is sindio. But if you are 5, you can be registered, and you know how much is it? Only 550 shillings. 550. 50 bob ni ya e-citizen, 500 ni ya kupata nini? Now what comes with that certificate? That certificate is tradable. It's like a company certificate. Like, you know, hii certificate yetu ya limited company. You can open an account, you can get KRA, and you can trade. You can access, you can do business with anybody. You can invest with it. So this is how far we are going with making sure that even as you organize yourself. So mine is to encourage you, just beyond being a cooperative, you need to have a trading entity. You need to formalize yourself in a manner which you can go, you can borrow money in the bank, you can go and do business, you can do those AGPOs. So I'll be encouraging you also, you can have interaction with MCEA. But because you are in the cottage industry, we have a project which are rolling out in August called Kenya Jobs Economic Transformation. KJET is a World Bank funded project. And this project seeks to build the competitiveness of businesses in 2 ways. One, to build your capacity and hold you, mentor you, counsel you. Unajua, even business requires counseling. You know, most of us, we say mentorship. But do you know, business also suffers distress. Do you know that? It requires counseling. And after that, assuming now you're doing a value add, you need machinery, you need what? We do what we call co-investment. And we can co-invest up to 20 million. So you put in 30 to buy machineries and everything. That's why we are not just telling you go to those Skypes. We also have a pipeline which can help you to utilize those Skype, because if you need machinery, you come together like the way you are a cooperative, and you can now borrow from, we do that co-investment on common user manufacturing facilities. So we're doing that. We are rolling out that program. We are beginning with dairy. I saw many people also talked about dairy. We are doing dairy, we are doing leather, we are doing textile, we are doing edible oil, and we are doing building and construction, mobilizing clusters. So again, I want to offer you, and because I've seen you today, I have said we can scale you up. I think I want us to work closely so that we can get to link them up and let them be some of those people will benefit from this program. We also have Nyota program, which we are launching, and this program is targeting youth, but we'll be asking for your support because these young people are your children, isn't it? Aren't they your children? So the program targets to empower young people between 18 years and 29 and up to 35 for those who are persons with challenges with disability. Now, the eligibility is that you must not have gone beyond Form 4. Prof, you must not have gone. In other words, you must not be in college. You know, we have so many of those people, they finish Form 4, they're not able to go to college, they're there. Or they dropped out, they're there, they need our support. But can I give you the interesting scenario? When we rolled out application for business support, where these people will be trained, and that's why I said we need this certificate, so that other than you people just being a group, you're also a BDS service provider. So next time you'll help us to train those people, because you've seen it, you've gone across the country, you have experienced your business, you have knowledge that you can pass over. So we will train them, and then after that we give them a seed capital, each one of them, 50,000 to start something. Individual youth, they are not in groups. Now we want to promote is a project to which we're implementing across the country in all wards. Our mobilization unit is the ward. So every ward will be targeting to train at least 70 youth within that age bracket. But they can only succeed if you also hold their hands, isn't it? You tell them this is how business is done and ideas. So, but we hope when they come from there, they can now be scaled up to Youth Enterprise Fund, to Women Enterprise Fund, to NGAF, and many other entities that we have. And since I said capacity building is an ongoing process, then the next cohort, when you can also be asking women who benefited even from Nyota project. You know, do you see I'm trying to do something here? Can't you see I'm trying to do something? I said I'll look for you. I'll help you to look for resources for the second. So I'm just trying to work out something, you know, a pipeline for that, you know, so that then you take them to a higher level of incubation the way you have incubated them. So we are committed. In conclusion, I just wanted to share with you some of the opportunities, and of course without forgetting my pet project, Hustler Fund. Wamama hai, wangapi hapo wamechukua Hustler Fund? And God is watching you. So, those who have borrowed the Hustler Fund. Thank you. Makofi. Na nyinyi ambao hamjachukua Hustler Fund, mko sawa? Ile tu kidogo. Nimeuliza if you've ever borrowed the Hustler Fund, mkono juu. Na nimeona wamama nyinyi hamjachukua Hustler Fund, what happened? Okay, nikitoka hapo nifuate hapo chini. Unipati wamesema ime? Hapana. Hiyo si ya certificate, ni ya simu yako. Huu nasema Women Enterprise Fund. Mimi nasema Hustler Fund. Anyway, so quickly let me tell you this. Wamama hai. Hustler Fund tulianzisha because of one purpose. Kwa sababu wananchi wetu, especially women here, majority of women at the bottom of the economic pyramid, are usually viewed by the commercial banks as high risk. Sasa ukienda kwa hiyo commercial bank, you cannot be given credit because number one, you could be having idea but you own means of production? No, you don't own land. Hata ng'ombe si umesema si yenu. Kuna mama kutoka, si ndio? Mzee anasema chukua tu mazi. Kwa hivyo ukisema hii ng'ombe nataka kupeleka kama patie, atakupatia. Sasa tukasema, but how do we help them? So we needed to find a way of correcting that market failure. And we are not doing something that is never done anywhere across the world. Sasa banks tulipoketi nazo, and if you remember exactly, the president had a meeting here with the bank, hapa nyuma hapa Norfolk, akawauliza tutasaidiaje wa Kenya. Around that time almost 8 million were in CRBs. Na wacha niwaambie kitu yenye hamwambiwangi. Mnaona wakiwaambia watakuweka CRB. Ukishaweka CRB, unakanga kwa hiyo default status for 7 years. Hata ulipe hiyo deni yako, pale kwa dashboard yao, wewe bado ni default. Umenisikia? So ukiona watu wakisema na kuweka CRB, inakuharibia rating yako. So then the bank said, good, we are ready to support them, but sisi hatutaweka hapo pesa. So tukasema, how do we rehabilitate them? How do we rehabilitate these people who found themselves in CRBs because of the pandemic shocks and many things that disrupted businesses? Mvua, kiangazi, mnakumbuka hizo vitu? Zinaharibu biashara zenyu. Sasa sisi tukasema kama serikali tutaweka ndani pesa, but we use the infrastructure of the banks and the telcos, the digital lending platform. Na tukasema kitu ya muhimu, our major outcome which we needed was the credit history. So sasa hivi we have established credit profiles of all Kenyans who have benefited from Hustler Fund. So all the 26 million Kenyans today we are at 26 million Kenyans, we have their credit profile. We know who can repay and we know also who can default. Sasa hiyo credit history, we want now to inculcate in our culture so that then with time it can replace the conventional collateral. And most of you people who have traveled, and our professors here, you know there are economies where even if you have cash, you cannot purchase even a property. Am I lying? They first of all go back and look at your credit rating. And you see, if all of us can go that direction, then we will unlock access. People hawata kuangalia sema wetu ni mama. Huyu mama atatoroka na pesa, si ndio? And then also, we realize, especially for women, banks will say women are good borrowers. They usually say that, isn't it? I've gone to the banks, I've had forums, they say, women, you can trust women. They are good borrowers. But that ni ukweli, si ndio? But you know, they have not crystallized that into a collateral. That good attribute, ya nyinyi wa mama ni wazuri, munaomba munarudisha, bado haijaiweka into a collateral. So that ukienda pala, huyu ni mama, upatia tu pesa bila kuitisha mambo mengi. So what you are saying, that experience has now set a platform where we are now talking to the banks. And we are saying, look, as a government, our role is to build capacity, create a conducive environment, make sure we have the right mindset. Our work will be to be preparing this population that we don't want to touch. Na tukiwaambia these are now qualified, hao watu wapatie loan bila kuwauliza mambo mingi. You know, nobody can doubt your graduates. Si ndio hivyo? So now, I'm also doing what you people do. So I'm at a point where out of the 26 million, 9 million borrow every day regularly. Then more than 50% of them, almost now growing to 5 million, we introduced a rating system, A1, A2, A3, B1, B2, B3, C1, C2, C3. Now we've subjected everybody to that rating system. So almost 50%, like around 5 of the regular borrowers are rating between A and B. Now, in addition to your ID card, which identifies you. Like me, I have my ID card. You know, name you can change, ID number you cannot. Now, Pia, if 26 million, we've given them another identifier. So right now, ukienda kwa simu yako saa hizi, ukidial *254#, uchoose Hustler Fund, utakuambia wewe una rate wapi. Itakuambia kama wewe ni A1, A2, A3, or B1, B2, B3, or C1, C2, C3. If you are rating in C, you are a very bad person. You are very poor. So what will happen going forward? Tutapeleka your rating kwa banks. So if you are within A and B, watadeal na wewe, si ndio? If you are within C, watanirudishia, so mimi niendelee na kupambana na nyinyi na hii hali yetu. But what am I saying? I'm saying we have to change our collateral system. So we want to move it towards our behavior, our credit rating. And nobody can say, I was not born in a privileged family, so I don't have. You have your own behavior. That is your collateral. That's the only way that you'll be able to unlock access to credit. So that now the banks have got your credit history, they can make a fair assessment. So kama wewe mama unataka kukuza hiyo industry, kimbia mbio register kwa Hustler Fund. Maybe hiyo hustler awa keaini mawambia wapatie pesa. But maybe nitasema waangalie kwanza wale ambao wamekopa Hustler Fund, wamescore aje. MD, utapea wale wa C3? Utaongelesha wa C3, lakini wa A na B patia hao. Hata isichukue 2 days mbio mbio, because hao they have shown. So I don't know if mnasikia kitu yenye nasema. So hiyo ni kuwajengea security. Hiyo ndio title deed yako ya kesho. Hiyo ndio payslip yako. So for you to do business, your history needs to be known. You need to be defined with some sort of KYC. So Hustler Fund musiangalie tu hii pesa kidogo. Someone who has a business mind. And Prof, you are a Prof of entrepreneurship. Mtu mwenye ako na business mind, a cent matters. Sinu kweli? Every shilling matters to a business minded person. So hiyo tulitaka hii experience. Right now we are now going to graduate all those who are scoring well to the banks. And we've gotten a financing from the World Bank for that, for onward lending. So banks will be able, almost 4 billion shillings we are talking about. So kama umepitia through Hustler Fund pipeline, tutasonga tu na wewe. Today we have people who have grown their limit from 500 shillings to 150,000. They borrow anytime. Mama, kama unaonyesha tu naweza omba 150,000, si inaweza ikakusaidia at 8% per annum, na ni simu yako. Yani wewe unajiita mkutano. Namalizia hapo professors. Unajiita mkutano kwa simu yako. Tumeelewana? And women, I expect you to embrace this opportunity, because it is us who are really subjected to very embarrassing, situation. Unaenda kuomba jirani, utasema mambo yako yote. Mtoto anataka kurudi shule, you don't have fare. Unaenda nisaidie, utakaa chini, umwambie story yako yote, si ndio? Hata ujifunue uchi useme hata vile bwana wako akuangalia hivi. Ukishamaliza nakwambia, nimekusikiza, nimekuhurumia, lakini sina. Unatoka pale umejishika hivi. Nadanganya. Lakini sasa we've given you a credit card. Professor Kabira, Hustler Fund is a credit card that the Kenyan government has given to the population at the bottom of the economic pyramid. If you can just maintain your limit, the same way you and I and everybody else who is employed can get a credit card from the bank. If you have an issue, borrow. Ni wewe peke yako na simu yako, unakuwa chair, unakuwa secretary, unakuwa treasurer, unaamua limit yangu ni 150,000 but nimetaka tu 10,000, unaomba, unaandika minutes, unafanya yenye unata, simetusaidia. Women, you should embrace this. So with those all many remarks, I just want to tell you that we are there for you. That's the reason why the State Department of MSME was created. And I'm just reminded last week by a young entrepreneur who said this, because we're talking about the challenge. We had very good Kenyan young entrepreneurs in South Africa where we were. And he was saying, we know, we have ideas on what we want to do. But all that we are asking the policymakers, industrial actors, and the whole of the ecosystem is to speak our language and to come to where we are. Come down to where we are, because we know what needs to be done and we also know how to do it. Lakini ni namna ndio hatuna. So I want to tell you women, the State Department of MSME is here to come to where you are. So let's work together. We have an open door policy. I'm always there. Mimi hata ukiniita, hata ukitaka nikuje ni launch hiyo hachari yako ya kukumbili niite nitakuja. Because when Professor Kabira gave you people, I was telling the high table there that the keynote address was that session yenye wa mama walikuwa naongea. Don't you agree with me? That was the keynote address. And that's the reason why we came here, so that we can listen to these ideas of our women, what they're doing, so that even as we respond, we go back pricked. I saw women here, I almost cried. When I see them, I see my mother in them. When I see them, I see my grandmother in them. And this shows that this world will not have been the world without women. And of course, you know, it all begins with WO. Before we go to men, so begin with the women before you come to men, isn't it? That's how we were designed. Women, we are the people who will drive the economic well-being of this nation. And if we've given birth to a child, it is now time, because we don't have jobs. Professor Kobia will tell you, civil service can only take, it does not even have more than 1 million. Isn't it, Professor? Eh? Around there. Majority of jobs are in the private sector. But private sector does not fall from the sky. These are the private sector. Clap for yourself. I mean, these MSMEs and these women are the private sector. So and you see, there's no, when we say we are employing people, you see so many people, even police, everybody, kwa laini. But the people who are drivers of change, who are creating jobs ni nyinyi. Sasa since hatuwezi pata kazi, kama kina professor hawa they are graduating with a letter, a job offer letter, so many of you, when I graduate and you've been given a letter, isn't it? Nowadays you graduate, hakuna kazi, so it is incumbent of us, if you love our children, to help them to create their own jobs. And it's through business. With all those so many remarks, and let me apologize, Professor, we are not supposed to speak more than our professors, but I'm happy because they also need to listen to us, so that they see whether they put the right knowledge in us, you know, and I think you've really, I hope you have confirmed. When I come before you, hiyo wakati mwingine, mambo yangu mpitishe tu haraka. Thank you very much. It is now my single most pleasure and honor, I don't know what other process will follow, to first of all, he declared this a proper sitting, convened, properly convened. So what am I supposed to do? So it is time to graduate, sindio? So, okay, Professor, you need to help me on that. But congratulations, I'm proud of you. I'm happy. And I look forward to taking you to another level. God bless you. Receive greetings from my minister, Honorable Wycliffe Ambecho Paranya, and then also the president of this country, His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, who is a friend of the MSME sector, friend of the hustlers, and you have his biggest support. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, PS. I will still ask you to take your seat to the podium. We still have 1 or 2, 3 things to do. But I really would like to thank our PS for finding time and joining us, especially knowing how busy she is in our office. 2, she has already highlighted about 7 opportunities that we could benefit from. And I think let's put our hands together, because once alone cannot capture our deep appreciation to appreciate our PS. Moja, Biri, Tatu. Asante PS. PS, professors are very good listeners. And the professors nowadays are changing. They also know the researched as a knowledge. So we are kind of coming to that level so that we can be able to look at the models and the theories that work to provide a solution. Therefore, I can say for sure, if you take too long before you come back to us, we are likely to tell you references made to the keynote that you made on this and this and that, where the following blah, blah, blah. The purpose of this letter is to ask you for a meeting so that we can progress 1 or 2 agendas. We are going to do that at the university, through the university. So what we are, and we really want to thank you, send you with greetings from the university. We want to be a university that works very closely with the government and especially the department, because the problems we face are the same. Today, you can go back to your office and say you are coming from an event where things are working. These ladies were found doing something, and that's, I think, the value of a small beginning. They were found doing something. They were not just in their home doing nothing, but through the university, through the government, they'll be able to reach this. You are going to hold their hands. You have linked us with the KIE and the WEF and every other partner who is here, so that we can move from where we are. University are about measurement. We know now if they are about 50%, you want to come next time and find 80. So I think we will do that, we commit to do that, and I'm sure the other thing that is very critical, the graduates of today are not job seekers. They already have their job. They're doing something. That was different from other graduations where you're graduating people who are looking for jobs. But these have already created some job for themselves, for 1 or 2 and other people. And if we can help 9 counties create jobs, because that's the biggest challenge in our country, develop our economy, I think we are very happy you came and you joined us so that we can be able to progress this agenda. What we are going to do, I would like us, before we cut the cake, we want the PS to award certificates. And I'm going to call Professor Kireti to do the awarding of certificates, and thereafter we are going to do a vote of thanks, because if we kind of stir up and then cut the cake, that will not work. So I'm alerting Dr. Jiraine, immediately the certificates are awarded, we are going to do the vote of thanks. Then we end up with the cutting of the cake, and I'm still pleading to the PS if she can give us just a few minutes so that we take our photo to capture the moment. Professor Kereti, please come. And then there were about 4 There are 4 presenters, including the Women Enterprise Fund. Please come here. We have a small gift to commemorate today's event so that we can present it to you. Professor Kabera, please come in front here. Professor Kabera, please come in front here. Emily will give you the parcels for the gift of the partners, development partners. Please come back. Kiridi, KIE, Women Enterprise Fund, and Joy from Berida Gates. Please come here in front. You will be presented with a gift. We will also do the same for the team sitting in the front. Down here. And the gift will be presented by Professor Kabira for the 5 of our presenters. Have I left anybody? No, they are all there. Professor Kabira, please go ahead and do the presentation. And when everybody has received, you just hold on for a photo up. Can we give them a clap? We'll give to DVC Finance, not DVC Finance, DVC RIE Research. It's also a very close relative. Yeah. Then you move to DVC Finance, representing the VC. You may also send him with a gift for the VC. Yeah. This is for the PS. Can we give him a clap, please, there? Thank you. Thank you very much. I think now we will move. You may have your seats, PS, again. We just do the final thing. There will be the awarding of certificate, and I want to call upstage Professor Kereti to organize us around that.
Now the time has come, what we have all been waiting for, and I think graduating is usually a momentous occasion that I'm sure these women are actually roho ina duda. You know, you're actually waiting for this certificate. And as Madam PS said, that let it not be just a paper. It is what this paper does for you. And I remember when we graduated, we were preparing for graduation, and those were the times of Daniel Arap Moi. He used to tell us, he give you the power to do that all that appertains to that degree. Isn't that what we were taught? And actually, we are actually showing you that we did all that appertained to that degree. So the same thing with you. When you get this certificate, you do all that appertains to this certificate. Let it not just you're waving the certificate, but what are you doing? It is the knowledge behind this certificate. So we are going to have the graduates come, and Professor Meroka, I'm calling you Professor because you are going to be Professor one of these days. Dr. Meroka is going to organize the groups. They are going to come with song and dance. So can we organize and see them coming? And we are going to have Madam PS, Mageni, Susan. We are going to have a representative from the Kenya Industrial Estates. I bet, yes, there you are. And then we are going to have Professor Malu representing the Vice Chancellor. to give the certificates. I don't know whether they are going to come down here. You and her. You are Madam PS. Oh, you are the same house? Yes. So you would want us to have who? Okay, then we can have Kildy, the representative from Kildy. Do you have one around? Okay, yes. So can we have them coming over, sing and dance? And we are going to have, I don't know whether you're going to come down here.
Yes. DJ, if you can give us the music as we welcome the groups. We have two groups. We have the KIE Incubatees. Who can remember what incubatees are called in Swahili?
Yes, yeah.
Viangulizi vya biashara.
Yes.
So we are going to start with the KIE group. Let me welcome Ontili group. Please come as a group, and the DJ will play the music for them.
Maybe they should also be there since they serve.
Ontili group, followed by the Masai Kajiado.
There is, someone is also suggesting that we should also have the representative from Bill and Merida Gate, Dr. Joy Keiro.
Please give us the music.
Dr. Joy Keiro. Is it audible? So the first to receive certificate of completion, I'll display it. You can all see. You can take a picture of the certificates. I'll call Masai Kajiado Women Daily Cooperative. You can come over. Thank you very much. Let's give them a clap and an applause. The next is Ontili Lewangan Women Daily Self-Help Group. You're the same? Oh, you're here. Okay. Come over.
The mountain. We have still incubated by KIE, we have still incubated by KIE, we have Kega group. If DJ, you could have the music for Kega, and Kega will be followed closely by Nterene.
Yes. Kega Women Group.
DJ, if you could give us the music for Kega group, followed by Nterana.
And let's lead it to shake a shake. Kega women group, let's have music, please.
Come here.
Next, we have a group that was incubated by EPE. Our group from Canada, and Professor Beithi, today your turn to be tested. DJ, please, if you could play the music for our group from Canada, please. Yes.
we'll stand behind your group. So we'll start with Busia Cross-Border Women's Circle.
I saw many people dancing on that song. You only knew. What is the meaning?
I will.
Congratulations. Thank you very much.
DJ tunaomba muziki ya Kisugu Groups. Small Fish na Fire Kids.
Thank you. Well done.
Next is
Next we have the group from Coast. And we'll try to Professor because we have Patricia and Suzanne.
And we start with Suzanne.
Suzanne, well, the music maybe they'll come together. Yeah, the two of them, Suzanne and Patricia. Jamani, Suzanne na Patricia, tuomba mje taratibu mziki wenu. Tunawachezea wimbo wenu. Mtataja taratibu na utaratibu wa Coast. Haya DJ, tuomba mziki wa
Oh
sign women group.
Unajua moja. Unajua for a long time kama umeshaenda kule Mombasa. Watu wanasema wabala na wawaji. Nasema wakikuona tukiongea Kiswahili wanasema Mtambara. Ni Mtambara. Lakini hapo tuna Kiswahili. Lakini sisi kwa tuambia watulezi kabisa mwangoja mnazi wa mkeji. Wangoja nini? Wamesema leo wamefanya nini? Wamebadilika. Hawangoji tena mnazi kabisa. Wanasema wataenda nini? Watapata hiyo mtisiri. Unajua Kiswahili chetu kijakuwa nilivyo, sio? But wewe kuja hapa, huyu anatoka kwenye huyu mwakilishi. Amina. Sijui nifikiria mama mpiga whatever. Sawa. Congratulations. Thank you.
Nimewakaribisha tena uje. Nitakuja. Nikija nyumbani nitakuja.
Next we have Good Neighbors Women. Congratulations.
Sasa twaingia Kitui, tumetoka Coast na sasa tunaingia Kitui.
Hiyo msikia. Hata tu itakupata huko.
We have one post group. We have one post group. Sisi bado wako Okay, so we have like to let's go to the people first and then we'll come back. Did you come to
Well done.
Wakisema hatujasoma, useme muulize profesa. Si ni jirani. Profesa atakuwa kwamba ulisoma. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And now we're back to Prof. Naluga. Taratibu. chair ladies, please come back, and all our guests of honor, if you could all just be on the stage. We want to do something special for you. Chair ladies, please have your certificate of graduation. As they do that, DJ toa muziki tafadhali. Toa muziki, uplifting music. For the pyrotechnics. Professor Kabira, our Director of Communications, Emily says that you must be seen, and she requested that you come right next to Honorable Mangeni. They would like you to be next to the PS, Madam PS. DJ, wapi muziki? Tuomba muziki tafadhali. Thank you. Please allow me to invite Dr. Njiraine. When we are still just on stage, Dr. Njiraine will give a quick vote of thanks, and then we are all going to cut the cake. We are just coming to the tail end of the program. Dr. Njiraine, please.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the University of Nairobi and Africa Women's Studies Center, I hope I'm audible now. Okay, on behalf of the University of Nairobi and African Women's Studies Center, it is my great honor and privilege to deliver a vote of thanks at this momentous graduation ceremony for our women collectives and business collectives and groups business incubation program. We thank the Almighty God for the gift of life and for making this day a success. I'm sure you can attest to that. To our chief guest, Honorable Susan Mangi, Principal Secretary, State Department of MSMEs Development, your presence and keynote address have deeply inspired us. Your commitment to women's economic empowerment is not only admirable but also transformational. Thank you very much, and for the goodies you promised us. To our Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Finance, Planning and Development, Professor Jackson Maru, representing the DC, Professor Margaret Atkinson, the Director, IP&O, that is the document for intellectual property and innovation, Professor Maina, representing the DVC here, Professor Mula. We are immensely grateful for your visionary leadership and continuous support that anchors initiatives like this within the University of Nairobi. To our distinguished speakers and guests, Professor Watiko Kabila, our leader, from our Dean, Professor Jacob Yambo, Professor Margaret Kovia, Professor Mary Ibi, and representatives from our partner institutions like KILTI, KIE, KBC, EBE, and the Bill Management Foundation. Thank you for sharing your wisdom, support, and partnership. Your insights have enriched this graduation and inspired our graduates to rise and shine. To our dedicated mentors, Mary Mwende, Catherine Ishoya, and Teddy Kantai, thank you for walking this journey with our women collectives, nurturing their dreams into thriving enterprises. We also take this moment to recognize the outstanding women collectives whose innovation and commitment brought life to this incubation program. And I would like to recognize them by names: Good, Usia, Smallfish, Fire Queens, Otili, Masai, Kega, Meleni, Zezani, and Patanisho. The other one is a bit complicated. Yeah. Your stories of courage, creativity, and collective strength have set the bar high. May you continue to grow and inspire others in your communities. To all the graduates, congratulations. You have demonstrated resilience, creativity, and unbreakable spirit. We celebrate your journey and eagerly anticipate your continued success as change makers in your communities. To the Secretariat and Organizing Committee, there are many, I will just mention a few: Ruth, Beatrice, Kamau, Emily, Zinde, Mary, Kimani, Miriam, Rachel, and the entire AWSC team. Thank you for your tireless efforts in planning today's beautiful event. Lastly, to everyone present, our guests, supporters, media staff, hospitality, friends, your presence today affirms your belief in the power of women collectives to transform lives and economies. As a very sana, the hospitality, let us carry the energy of this graduation forward, together building an inclusive empowerment and economically vibrant Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Njiraine. And now the moment we have all been waiting for, the cake is here. we want to cut the cake. Let me invite Mrs. Marete. Mrs. Marete, would you like the women to come down?
Just because of space, I request our PAs to step forward. Director, the BBC, the senior the lead faculty of arts, and I request one of the ladies, CEO, Mary, our partners, just come and share this together. We can have one of the ladies for us to present the music. It is a beautiful moment when we celebrate the night of the women and more. It's been amazing to see them here, and today we just want to cut this cake for the sweet of the journey that will work together and the sweet journey ahead of us. And thank you so much, PS, for the beautiful ideas and a lot of nice things that you bring on the women. And on this one, we just need to celebrate and say, God, thank you for bringing us this far. It's been a bonanza. So I will request now all of the peers and our partners to cut the cake. Wow. So we have many people that can now cut the cake together. Let's cut the cake together. Let's celebrate the kind of the women. Let's celebrate the wow, beautiful, beautiful.